Good evening all and welcome. Tonight's video has been graciously sponsored by Skillshare. This amazing platform offers a huge variety of online classes on literally anything you can think of, taught by the experts themselves. And with many of us now being stuck at home a hell of a lot more, it might be time to brush up on your existing skills or learn something entirely new. Be productive, make the most of your time like me. I've been learning Tai Chi from the Aquarius Academy, and I think I'm really starting to get somewhere now. If anyone else is interested, I highly recommend them. There are so many classes you can do, so go nuts and learn everything you possibly can. The first 1,000 people who click the link in my description will get a free trial of Skillshare Premium, so hurry up because this won't last longer than a few days. But for now, it's time to get comfortable and let the darkness take control. We were a bunch of naive kids traveling abroad in 1992, and our 2-week beach vacation turned into 2 nights of horror. Ever since our sophomore year, my high school gang of friends dreamed and planned for an epic trip to Cancun in Mexico. One of us saw a movie and thought it would be an amazing destination for us to escape the New England winter and celebrate surviving the high school experience. There were 6 of us on the plan. Keith, our unofficial leader, lost his dad his junior year, and so this trip became our way of keeping him thinking ahead to something good. Greg and Kirk were big history and archaeology buffs, so they were as interested in the Mayan ruins as the beach and beer. Dorothy and Hannah were gamer girls, a rare thing in my area, and were up for a trip to the beach with their big brothers, and I was just looking forward to an adventure. Unfortunately, we couldn't go the year we graduated. Some of us had to put our savings towards college or other experiences, and 2 of us got jobs that wouldn't allow the time off. Despite this, we had a pact to make it happen. A year passed, then another. It was 5 years before Keith phoned us to say he had booked not just a room or suite for us, but an entire house on the beach for 2 weeks. 5 of us were back in our hometown for the holidays, and we met up at a bar and had a great reunion. And Keith showed us the brochure he received from the travel company. The place was gorgeous, almost gaudy in its gold trimmings and ritzy amenities. Clearly the house was going to be expensive, even split 6 ways. But it wasn't. In fact, it was a bargain for 2 weeks. What's wrong with it? That was Kirk's question. But we all were thinking it. Keith explained that it's the hurricane that swept through and had depressed the local economy. So these outlying properties were booking to try and keep up with the more prosperous city of Cancun. The house was nearer the village of Puerto Juarez, but near all the same attractions as Tulum and Ixmal. And we could go to any beach we wanted, take a boat trip to Isla Mujeres or even Belize if we wanted to, for a third of our original estimate. We tentatively agreed because we knew Keith vetted the place before committing to it. He had already put down the deposit and set the weeks based on the hold, and we all put it in the calendar. It was late in the season of the following year. The truth was that we were all getting older and moving on. Some of us were in relationships and planning for weddings. Greg already had a baby on the way with his fiancée, so time was running out on our childhood dream before we would part ways for good. Fast forward 9 months and the day arrived. I had digested travel guides and had everything I needed. I took the cheapest flight, which meant layovers and switching gates. So I arrived later in the afternoon. I happened to meet Dorothy at the baggage claim. We remarked how grown up we both looked, shared a few hugs and agreed to share a cab to our vacation villa. We waited in a long line to be married up with one of the taxis lining the arrival area, caught up on the latest gossip and life events, and entered vacation mode. Dorothy was getting married in the spring and moving to Europe. Hannah had to back out at the last minute because of work but sent her love. When it was our turn, we were paired with this old, rusty bucket of Chevy steel driven by an older man who swept us up with the grace of a ballroom dancer and the smile of a car salesman looking to make quota. His name was Paolo, and he wasted no movement getting our bags into the trunk and us in the back seat. "Where do we go?" I gave him the address, and he looked at me in the rearview mirror. "Eh?" I repeated, and he nodded, still somehow confused. After reporting to someone on the radio and including the address twice, it sounded like even the dispatcher was confused. He switched turn signals and began to merge right against the flow of traffic, exiting the airport towards the city. He quoted us a price and I agreed. We headed down an empty lane into the growing shadow of dusk while most folks were heading into the bright lights of Cancun. The road was 2 lanes and covered with litter. Shortly beyond the on-ramp, we passed a tent city crowded with people and torches being lit to illuminate families living in squalor. Toddlers and children without clothes sat in the dirt and under makeshift tent homes. Further down the road, beached vessels lay on their sides, sunken into the sand or soil. Families with the means had converted them into homes by cutting holes in the hull to make doorways and windows. Stray, skinny dogs and cats patrolled the roads for food, stopping to glare as we drove slowly past. There were few people on the road in the growing darkness. We had moved into the long shadow of the Yucatan rainforest, on a road following the beach. The ocean was dazzling in the early evening, and Dorothy focused on that while I kept an eye inland. Paolo, too, wasn't as cheerful or talkative once he knew where we were going. "You know people in Puerto Juarez?" he said. I shook my head. "No, a friend rented a house." "Rented a house?" He nodded, pretending to understand but remained skeptical. "It's a very dangerous place. You must be very careful." Dorothy stiffened in her seat a bit. We had entered the forest just a bit, which obscured her view of the beach. She looked at me as if to ask, what did we get into? A mile more down the road, we emerged from the trees to again drive along the beach, inland. Bright, jaundiced security lights bathed a strip mall which included a market and a few odd shops. The only market was opened and housed half a dozen or so taxis with drivers enjoying beers and sodas in the parking lot. Paolo honked and waved as we passed the men that cheered. He smiled, and the presence of pleasant people relaxed us a bit, but his smile faded as soon as we went around the corner. Another half-mile or so and the road was dark. In the headlights, we made out some figures in the distance standing in the road. A few teenagers were standing in the road. A couple held flashlights and all of them carried heavy sticks, and Paolo began to slow down. "Gang of kids," Paolo said. "They want to collect the toll." Dorothy grabbed my arm. I had heard about something like this. "How much?" Paolo shook his head. "We no stop." He accelerated towards the kids on the road, and at the last moment, they dove for the shoulders as the taxi roared through. Dorothy dove into my lap, and we ducked down as the back of the taxi was pelted with rocks. We continued on. Paolo got on the radio and reported it, then mumbled to himself, perhaps regretting getting this fare. We arrived at the address shortly after. Despite the photographs emphasizing the dazzling facade and gardens, the exterior of the property was wrapped in a 20-foot wall of concrete, clocks topped with layers of clumpy cement into which hundreds of jagged bottle pieces were mounted in place of what might have been barbed or razor wire. The driveway was blocked by a tall steel gate and an intercom. Paolo had to buzz in. The gate whined and scraped open against the corrosion and lack of lubrication, taking forever to open wide enough for us to enter. All the while, Paolo and I kept watch on the darkness for sign of those kids on the road. As soon as we got into the property, Paolo kept insisting that they close the gate, as he pulled under an overhang at the door. Fortunately, the gate began to close itself. The front door opened, and our 3 buzzed dude bros poured out onto the driveway. They firemen handled our luggage into the house, and we all began to hug and laugh. Paolo kept watch on the gate, distracted as Keith asked him about the possibility of driving them to Chichen Itza the next morning. Late, of course, so that they could sleep in and have breakfast. Once the gate was closed, Paolo was himself again. Sure, he would be happy to take 3, maybe 4 in his taxi. It would take an all-day trip, and he quoted the price. Keith agreed, and Paolo prepared to head out. "You keep the place tight so the bedbugs no bite. I come back 9 tomorrow." Keith let the warning slip over his head. It occurred to me that he, Greg, and Kirk got there during the day, so they most likely had a much more positive experience than we did. Paolo waited outside the gate to make sure it closed before driving off. I also noticed he was returning to town with a wingman in a taxi, who turned around on the road to hail him. The house had been carefully photographed to avoid capturing ugly concrete walls. Some of the walls looked to have been recently rebuilt, and the older blocks had holes in the interior that were patched up with cement. We went inside where the guys had already started playing D&D and drinking. The interior of the house exceeded the grandeur alleged by the photos. The place had a sunken living room with comfortable sofas and chairs, a spiral staircase up to the sleeping level, and a massive dining area with a chef's kitchen attached. We got the quick tour of the place, but Dorothy and I were both exhausted from a day of travel, capped by the ride from the airport. We both had cervezas from the fridge, noting that the pantry had been stocked by the owner prior to our arrival. Keith had already cooked dinner, but we were able to feed off the remaining fajitas and bowls of junk food on the gaming table. I didn't want to roll up a character so late in the evening, but I hung out at the table with my friends, happy to listen to the pattern of our gaming once again. We were all older, spoke a little slower, and thoughtfully, but it was like being home. One of the things I noticed about the house was that it didn't look out onto the beach, at least not directly. The tall concrete wall blocked the view from our first floor patio. The pool was lit from inside, casting the yard in a peaceful blue glow. Linking the property to the beach was another tall steel security gate, through which I could make out a narrow sliver through the light of the rising crescent moon. This made sense in a way. Under Mexican law, all beaches were public spaces. The property line ended at the wall. My thought was interrupted by something Keith said. "The phone doesn't work." "What?" "Yeah, we were tired, so we were going to call for a taxi to take us into town to a restaurant, but the phone doesn't work." I felt a little nervous about that. None of us had cell phones. Keith, however, didn't seem bothered. "The owner's great. He lives in Puerto Juarez. I'll get in touch with him after we get back from the pyramids tomorrow night." Dorothy and I hadn't planned to take the long trip to the pyramids. We both planned to ease into the vacation by taking a trip to the beach and getting tanned. I wasn't comfortable spending the entire day without a lifeline. It wasn't an insurmountable problem, as I started working out ways to maybe take a cab into Puerto Juarez in the morning for Keith and see if I could fix the problem. A loud buzzer sounded, and all of us jumped. The same echoed through the entire main floor, like a game show buzzer sounding at the incorrect answer, except for longer. As soon as it stopped, it buzzed again. Keith rose from his chair and walked over to a small alcove, presumably to open the gate. "Don't open the gate," Dorothy and I said in a duet. Kirk and Greg laughed. Keith stopped and shot us an odd look as the buzzer sounded yet again. "I'm not." He opened a panel in the alcove that contained a small security monitor and intercom. He squinted to see what was on the monitor. I stood up and walked over. As I did, Keith muttered, "Bunch of kids." One kid was mugging for the camera and crushing the buzzer. It was a fuzzy image, but the fisheye lens in the security light gave us a look of about 10 people, not just kids, but men, women, and a few dogs milling around them. The one gazing into the camera wanted to be seen. It might have been the lateness of the hour or my own paranoia, but I recognized him as one of the kids blocking the road on our way to the house. Ignore them, I suggested. The buzzer went off and everyone got annoyed. Dorothy put her face in her hands. It bothered her more than the rest for some reason. Can you kill that buzzer? I dunno, Keith shrugged. He searched the intercom and hit the power button. The buzzer ended abruptly. It seemed as though the kid mashing the button knew this because he immediately stopped and stepped back from the panel. He glared at the camera, the light washing out all his features except his eyes full of mischief and a little anger. The group huddled together in the small groups, backs turned to the camera. Keith, unnerved by this, flipped the power back on and pushed the talk button. I didn't have time to say anything against this. Hey, what can we do for you guys? The group laughed so hard we could hear them inside the house. The kid stepped up to the intercom again, pressed the talk button and said something in Spanish that I barely made out to mean he wanted food and booze and maybe to come inside and party with us. In English, he added, "We can bring in women and some ganja. Have a real good time, see?" We all looked at one another, not to discuss the proposal, but the ridiculousness of it. "Sorry, we're all partied out," Keith said, thinking of calling it a night. The gang outside talked amongst themselves for a bit. The spokesperson considered this and then hit the talk button again. "No, I don't think you'll sleep tonight." And the group ran off in different directions, and the spokeskid grinning wide as he glared into the camera and backed away. He left the camera heading around the exterior wall. Dorothy stood up and went looking for something that turned out to be a bottle of tequila. She was shaking. Greg went to talk to her because they had always been close. I had learnt later that Dorothy and her fiancé were victims of a home invasion 6 months ago in Baltimore. They were tied up and robbed at gunpoint in the middle of the night. This was a massive trigger for her. "We need eyes upstairs," Keith said. "Someone needs to be able to see over the wall. I have security cameras here and there beachside." Kirk and I looked at the spiral stairs up the landing. Keith called up, "Keep the lights off." We did. I went to a beachside bedroom and peered out the sliding glass door to the balcony. There was no window overlooking the side of the house. They were probably clinging to the wall to avoid to be seen. I sat on the king-size bed and quickly decided that that was a bad idea because I immediately felt sleepy, despite the adrenaline of being put under siege, and I stood up. Just then, a volley of stones rose from behind the wall. A dozen or more softball and golf ball sized stones caught in the light of the pool area, smashing down on the sand and concrete. Some made it to the balcony, bouncing off the metal railings before rolling into the pool. The crackling stones sounded like gunfire, and Dorothy screamed from the other room. Immediately, the backyard and beach were flooded with white light from the towers erected at the corners of the property. The jagged glass atop the walls sparkled, and I could see shadows cast towards the surf and the top of the heads as small groups stepped back and launched another volley of stones. Some aimed at the lights, while others came soaring at the patio window. None of the rocks aimed at the building reached the windows, they bounced off the railing or the patio overhang. The rocks aimed at the lights just bounced off without effect. Kirk called my name from the front of the house, and I rushed out of the room, down the hall, and into a smaller bedroom where he was pointing out to the front wall. Someone had thrown a heavy blanket up over the top of the wall, a thick one, like one of the moving blankets they rent at U-Haul. He made out the top of a ladder. I looked around for whatever reason and picked up the old radio clock beside the twin bed. I yanked the cord out, wrapped it around the clock, and Kirk gave me the look he gives when I do something stupid or pointless in our weekly D&D game. It wasn't until I got outside on the patio that my conscious brain caught up with what I was going to do. Just as a man's head peeked over the wall, I launched the clock as hard as I could like a frisbee across the yard, the 30 feet or so in his direction. It flew low to one side, but shattered when it hit the glass and concrete, showering the man in shrapnel. It hurt and startled him enough that he slipped off the ladder out of sight. He landed with a crash and a painful cry. The floodlights burst to life in the front of the house, lighting up the road beyond. A handful of frightened kids scattered, carrying their friend who looked really hurt. The sound of stones hitting the house continued out back, and there was shouting. Kirk ran back to where Dorothy and Greg were huddled together in the bedroom, and I heard him shout, "Make sure they're not scaling the walls out back or charging the gate." Convinced they had abandoned their charge on the front wall, I returned to the rear bedroom and gathered the white stones that had ended up on the patio. Plumes of white smoke rose from outside the walls, curling in the security lights. Some more rocks flew into the yard, but they were all weak hurls landing into the pool with no effect. With about 8 stones in my arms, I returned to the main floor. Keith was at the alcove switching between 3 monitors and a black screen. "They got one of the side cameras," he said. "What are they burning?" "I think they're burning the beach furniture." Half of them ran off. The other ones are back, and the older ones, and someone started launching Roman candles at the house from the beach. Dorothy began screaming as the fireball struck the overhang and sliding glass door. Bottle rockets followed, along with an assortment of small explosives. A couple of quarter sticks landed just inside the wall, and the concussive power rattled the windows. One destroyed a deck chair and turned the small flower garden into a crater. Then it stopped. The security lights remained on for 5 minutes until a lack of motion reset the compound in darkness. We had to adjust, and it was a frightening moment as Keith scanned the security cameras for a long while. There were no signs of them. Kirk suggested they run up the road or beach, but then the kid from the monitor walked up to the front gate again, a big grin on his face, and was carrying a handgun, displayed clearly for us to see on the monitor. He shook the camera and pushed the talk button. "No, I don't think you're gonna sleep tonight." He spit on the camera and walked away. None of us did, except for Dorothy, if you count passing out from tequila and horror. We estimated we had about 7 hours until dawn. Kirk argued that everyone who came out was either asleep or celebrating their victory over the tourists back at whatever clubhouse they shared. He wasn't ready to sleep though. We sat in candlelight to get the best view outside the windows. Greg patrolled upstairs for a while and then joined us in the dining room. The doors were open and the screen shut so we could hear anyone gathering out back, but only heard the gentle roll of surf. "If they come back, the lights will go on," Greg said. "If the police drive by and see that rug on the wall, maybe they'll check in." To be honest, we hadn't seen any lights, except that of the moon and the ocean since the gang departed. It was a beautiful scene. To be honest, I tried to relax and have a few Coronas to help, but we told stories of our glory days to keep awake, and even had to shush ourselves from keeping from waking Dorothy. It was around 3 in the morning when the security light out front goes on again. We didn't have the energy to be startled, but responded immediately. I checked the security monitor. It was a couple of people there to collect the ladder and the rug. Pulling the rug down triggered the lights, and they quickly ran off back up the road into the dark. Tiny pixels of light shone in the distance as they switched on flashlights. The rest of the morning remains a fuzzy memory. I may have drifted off, and may have the others, but none of us slept. Sunrise gave us all the confidence, and Keith immediately conspired with Greg and Kirk to power nap before Paula returned to take them on the all-day trip inland. I said we should go to the police and get the phone fixed before the 3 of them left the property in the hands of an exhausted me and already terrified Dorothy. Shortly after dawn, Dorothy came downstairs in a swimsuit. walked past us without a word and walked into the pool. She dunked herself and began fishing stones out from the bottom. I helped Keith make breakfast and things began returning to normal. Keith agreed to postpone the trip until we could file a complaint and get the phone settled. We ate and agreed to ask Paolo to put us in touch with the authorities. When the buzzer sounded again, we all jumped a little, but it was Paolo. We let him into the compound. He was dressed for comfort, ripped jean shorts and an old golf shirt with sandals. We explained the night before and he didn't seem surprised, except for the part about the phone being out. He walked with Keith around the side and confirmed his suspicion that the line had been cut outside the wall. The line could be fixed, but just as easily be cut again. With this done, Keith phoned the owner to let him know what had happened. According to Keith, he feigned concern and promised to use his connections in Cancun and Puerto Juarez to increase police patrols the next night and hand over the security tape to the officers who would come and investigate. Convinced this would solve all our problems, Keith, Kirk and Greg left the house late, but to put in the full day's hours away at the Chichen Itza site. Paolo pulled me aside and handed me a small metal case. He patted me on the shoulder as if confident I'd know what to do with it. Inside was a handgun with 2 magazines. Startled, I took it inside and wiped it down for prints, but I kept it in the kitchen. Dorothy said nothing all day, getting out the pool and showering. She sat on the patio outside the dining room and read a book. When the police showed up 4 hours later, I brought them in and explained everything. One of them spoke English well enough and explained the house we rented had been owned by a local drug trafficker. He wasn't exactly a kingpin, but he was able to keep a nice residence until his life was terminated. It was brought up by a local businessman, but tourists, for some reason, didn't like the idea of being this far away from the protected tourist zone. The kids were probably locals with nothing better to do than harass Americans, and we should relax and have a good time. They didn't even want to see the playback, they just took the VHS tape and wished us well, assuring us that a car would drive by at least once an hour overnight. I didn't mention that a lot could happen in an hour's time. I kept checking the phone line, as if the sudden lack of a dial tone was my first alert for trouble. I thought that if they could cut the phone, they could probably cut the power almost as easily, but I didn't share any of this with Dorothy. I made lunch, but Dorothy didn't want to eat. She didn't want to talk either. She'd sat tensely in the sitting room with her book. I collected the stones from the pool area and piled them by the door. I cleaned out the debris and then spent some hours soothing my nerves with beer, Jimmy Buffett songs, and a network of pool needles serving as a raft. The guys never settled on a time they should return. Paolo said not to even try because they had to drive through the jungle and there might be any number of delays or detours. It was best to be home by sundown. So when the sun fell behind the trees that second night and they had not returned, I started to get concerned. There had been talks of playing a D&D adventure or just some card game that night, so their intention was not to be out too late. Dorothy had taken a nap in the middle of the day, but never went back outside after her swim. She returned to her chair with another book and went right into it. She refused dinner, but I made her something anyway, hoping the smell would just jumpstart her appetite. I felt like a well-treated prisoner. People walked along the road outside the compound, sometimes peering into the upstairs window to catch a glimpse at the tourists. Others lounged on the beach beyond the gate. It was probably safe for us to go out there, but we weren't taking a chance. In the end, the night fell over the house again, and with just Dorothy and me inside it. When the security lights went off again, it was around 8 in the evening. I had drifted off. It was the front side of the house, and I didn't see anyone outside the wall. When I got to the front door and looked out the peephole, I saw one man standing in the yard. He didn't have a weapon in his hand, but I wasn't sure if he was armed. He just stood there in the floor light staring at the front door, then to one side of the unused garage. and then to the downstairs bedroom on the opposite side. Dorothy got up and went to the phone. There was a dial tone, but dialing 911 left her with a dead line. She tried a few more times without success. At that moment, the buzzer sounded. Fearing another attack, I retreated to the security monitors and saw Paolo's cab outside. I buzzed them through. When the gate began to move, the man in the yard fled to the back of the house. It took a while for the car to get inside, and I moved to get the weapon from the case in the kitchen. The man raced to the back gate. As I suspected, it was accessible from the inside as he threw it open. As he did, about 5 men rushed forwards, only to be stopped by the man inside and motioned to run, which they all did. With the rest of the gang back in the compound, Paolo told us he radioed police when he saw a bunch of creeps outside the wall. They were at the market and were on their way. The 3 men were deeply tanned and a little drunk from their experience, which they promised had a moment similar to the night before. Soon after, the police arrived outside the compound and they interviewed Paolo and the rest of us. They had Polaroids of the people they caught near the marketplace and took our word when we positively identified them as the man in the yard and the others trying to get in. It was all they needed to not only arrest them, but to round up the other kids that harassed us the previous night. Settling in, I returned the weapon to Paolo, but he offered to sell it to me for $50. I can't say if I took him up on it or not, but the rest of us felt a lot safer for the remaining 12 days of our trip. We even took to the beach as a group. It took a while, but Dorothy began to settle in. After 3 nights of no issues, we all slept through the night and had the adventures we'd been dreaming of for 8 years. 3 years ago, I was living in downtown Los Angeles, not far from the convention center. I tended to shop late at night because the traffic was low and the normally crowded grocery store was mostly empty. It was a Saturday night around 11:30 p.m. and I was stressed out from a project I'd been working on that had to be ready by Monday for an event. The stray cat I had rescued a year earlier was adding to my aggravation with her constant whining for the one specific type of food she is willing to eat. I figured getting out for a bit and going to the store would ease my mind, as well as my cat's hunger. So I headed out. The parking lot my car was in was about 200 paces down the street from the apartment building. I made it there, went to the store, found the light blue can of Fancy Feast tuna and gravy grilled that my cat oh so desired, and headed home. As I walked from the parking lot back to the building, up the dark and empty street, I noticed the figure of a person rapidly approaching in my peripheral vision. That's not good, I thought. And not a moment later, I heard a voice behind me calmly say, "Hey man." And I turned to see a tall guy in a red hat aiming a gun at my chest. I'm 6'1", and this guy towered over me. My immediate thought was not one of fear, but simply, you have to be kidding me. As I heard a second man approach from behind me, another thought entered my mind that still chokes me up to this day. If this guy shoots me, it's gonna kill my mother. I dropped the bag of Fancy Feast on the sidewalk and handed the guy my wallet, but he didn't lower the gun. Slowly I started to move away, hoping this incident was coming to an end, hoping he wouldn't fire, and never catching a glimpse of the second guy behind me. I started towards my building, which was a mere 50 feet away, keeping my eyes on the guy with the gun in case he decided to do something. Then the thought entered my mind that these guys were going to see where I lived. I didn't know what to do, but before I could act, the robber in the red hat yelled out, "Hey, where you going? What else you got?" Shit, I thought. My iPhone. I couldn't believe I was about to give this thug my phone, on top of everything else. I was pretty far away at this point, and it probably wasn't the smartest decision, but I figured I could maybe convince him he's gotten everything, and he'd leave me alone. I told him I didn't have anything else, and he responded, "What about your phone?" Shit. He told me if I didn't hand it over, he was going to kill me, and slowly began approaching again, gun raised. I tried to maneuver myself to place a tree between me and him in case he decided to start shooting, but it was useless. He came up to me, gun aimed again, and I handed him my phone. He turned it on to make sure it worked, then went back to staring at me with a horrible expression. Silence. It was then that I asked him to please let me go, and with one final intimidating stare, he turned and walked away, grabbing the bag of fancy feast as the other guy vanished down the street. My heart was about to pound out my chest. I ran to my front door, unlocking it as fast as I could, peeking over my shoulder to make sure they weren't returning. And I got inside. Once in my apartment, I knew I had to call someone, but I had no phone. I jumped on Facebook and messaged a few friends who I knew would be around. One responded and called the police, who arrived at my door a half-hour later. We went downstairs and woke up the manager, explaining exactly what had happened. The police wanted to check the security cameras and the incident was captured on video, but sadly the street was so dark, you couldn't make anything out. You could, however, see the blinking light of the phone for a moment as the robber in the red hat turned it on. The cops asked me if I had Find My iPhone activated, which I didn't. I was new to the iPhone scene at the time, as well as smartphones in general, and didn't even know that it was a feature. My bad. They told me that most criminals are smart enough to deactivate it anyway after stealing a phone. The police left, and I returned to my apartment, feeling alive somehow. Not scared or sad, but alive, and slightly bad for my poor cat, who wasn't going to get her food of choice that night. You would think this incident was scary enough, something that would be rough for anyone to go through. But it was really only the beginning. I cancelled my credit cards. I changed every online password I could think of, Facebook, Twitter, and the like. My friend and I went to the mall and I got a new phone, and I began to think that my days of living in downtown LA were soon coming to an end, and it was time to move. Replacing everything stolen, my driver's license, credit cards, was an expected pain, but I got through it. A week passed, and I was afraid to go out to my car at night. I realized this was a problem when I had no choice but to be out late one night, and for a day leading up to it, all I could think about was how I was going to have to walk the same path from the parking lot late at night, again. I asked a friend to pick me up instead, and that night I had him drop me off in front of the building and watch me until I got inside. Another week passed, and things died down a bit. That was until one afternoon, when I walked into the building, talking to my mum on my new phone. I noticed a guy entering the building ahead of me. A tall guy I'd never seen in the building before. Keep in mind I'd been there a few years and knew what almost everyone looked like. I immediately got a bad feeling and cautiously entered the building to find him standing in the lobby laughing with someone. He turned to look at me, and I felt like a knife stabbed me in the heart. It was him, the guy who had aimed a gun at me and threatened my life not 2 weeks before. If my gut telling me it was him wasn't enough, the look of horror that washed over his face widening his eyes and locking his stare on me, was a dead giveaway. I knew it was him, he knew it was me, and we both knew something even worse. We were living in the same building. Somehow I pretended I didn't recognize him. I sold it pretty well and continued casually talking to my mum as I headed up the stairs. Once in my apartment, I told her I had just seen the robber in the lobby of my building. She told me that that wasn't a problem. There was no way someone was dumb enough to commit a robbery 50 feet from their own front door. I tried to convince myself she was right. It couldn't be him. Not possible. I waited an hour before heading downstairs to talk to the manager about what happened. I found her outside the building, emptying trash into the dumpster, and explained the situation. My robber may be living in the building, and we may have a problem. As I described the guy to her, things suddenly got even more tense when the building's back door opened, and out he walked, with a young woman who was pushing a baby stroller accompanying him. I immediately changed the subject to sound like we weren't even talking about him. When he was out of sight and earshot, I told my manager that was the guy. She told me he had moved into the building a mere 3 days before the robbery had happened, and that she had been getting bad vibes from him ever since. She'd seen him hanging around and talking with some dark-looking characters, gangbangers, and the kind of people you don't want to mess with. The kind of people who would not hesitate to take you out if they thought that you were even the slightest threat to them. The obvious thing to do was to call the police. Yet somehow this situation was not that simple. My manager had been living out there for a long time, and had a better idea of how things could play out than I did. She believed if I began pointing fingers, this guy had a lot of friends, who he could turn to in order to get rid of me, if it meant his freedom. And the one person who could royally screw up his life with one phone call to the police. It was decided that before doing anything, I needed to be somewhere safe. It was time to move, and the move needed to be quick. My manager told me they were going to waive the fee for breaking my lease, and just told me to get out ASAP. In spite of the usual horror that hunting for an apartment can be, I found a place in just a few days in a much nicer and quieter area, and decided to take it. For the next few days until my move-in date, I didn't see the guy again. I was paranoid, mostly at night, even in my apartment. I would actually push the boxes I'd pack my things in against the door just in case. I don't know why I didn't just go stay at a friend's house. I was extremely nervous every time I walked to my car, and would find myself jogging. It was a rough several days, but finally, it was moving day. My friend came over to help me get bigger items out of the apartment and into the U-Haul. He was paranoid about helping, considering what had happened, so I was cracking little jokes with him every time we saw someone, saying it was the robber. It was funny, until the actual guy who had robbed me was around the corner, walking right past us in the narrow hallway. If there was any uncertainty that it was him, it was all washed away. He was wearing the same red hat. It was very distinct, and impossible to mistake. Not only that, he turned his head as he passed us, as if trying to hide his face. It wasn't until later that I told my friend that was the guy. I didn't want to make him any more nervous. My friend told me he figured something was up, because he had noticed the guy was concealing his face as well. There was only one more thing left to get out of the apartment before leaving the building one last time. As my friend and I got off the elevator and headed towards my apartment, number 419, the door right beside it opened, and out walked the robber in the red hat. The apartment next door, 420, which was literally 1 foot from my door. This whole time, he had not only been living in the same building, but a single foot away. I don't know who could believe it less, me or him. What amazing odds. My friend and I grabbed my last item, and I hurried it into the truck, and we were gone. I planned to call the police the next day from my new apartment, but I didn't have the chance. They called me first. A female detective, I'll call Janet, asked me if I was willing to come in and look at photos and a police lineup. I told her that there'd be no need to do that, because I knew the guy wouldn't be in her lineup, because I knew exactly where he was, and proceeded to give her his address. She told me that she would call me back in a day or two. 2 days later, she called me and asked if I'd be willing to come in and talk to her. I headed to the police department near downtown and found myself sitting in a stereotypical interrogation room, like the ones you see on TV. Janet asked me to tell her the entire story from the beginning. They told me they had looked in on the guy, but the law prohibited her from telling me anything about him. She took out a rather large collection of mugshots and placed them all in front of me, perhaps 15 pictures in total, and asked if any of them looked like the guy who had robbed me. I went through each picture, narrowing them down, before getting to the last 2 possibilities. I made my choice, and I could tell from her expression that she was pleased with my decision. I asked if I'd chosen correctly, and she said she couldn't answer, but did say I'd done a good job. I said that if they already had the guy's mugshot on file, this obviously wasn't the first time he'd had a run-in with the law. Again, she couldn't answer, but gave me a non-verbal nod of the head in compliance, and told me that we would be in touch. A few days later, the phone rang. The number was hidden, so I knew it was the police. This time, it was a man, Jim. He told me the police had done their research, and they were going to get the guy, and asked me a few basic questions, mainly about the baby and the woman I saw him with behind the building that day. I guess they wanted to know if they were walking into a potential hostage situation, or one where a baby would be in danger. He also got my iPhone serial number, in case they found it, which would obviously be the smoking gun. He told me to expect a call the next day. The next day, I found myself back at the police station at a table with Jim and Janet. They'd picked the guy up, but not found any of my belongings. Obviously, he had stolen the phone to sell it, so it was probably long gone. And the fancy feast? Well, the credit cards were useless since I'd cancelled them, and it would have been completely stupid to hang on to the wallet. I asked them how he had reacted when they were arresting him. They told me, like someone who knew it was coming. No surprise at all. In spite of no physical evidence, they were convinced he was the robber, based on certain things they couldn't disclose, and it was then they told me a second person had been robbed the same night, by someone matching my guy's description. Unfortunately, the person had vanished, and the cops were unable to get in touch with him. I was it. My word apparently was the only evidence against the Red Hat robber. Some time passed, and I didn't hear anything else about the situation. I hoped it had died down and was in the past. If they let the guy go, there was nothing I could do about it. I was somewhere I felt safe and was willing to just move on. Then one day while driving, my phone rang and the word "hidden" came up. I answered to hear Janet's voice. It was then that she told me in a few days she would be driving me to the LA County Courthouse to give testimony against the robber at a hearing. I felt my heart drop. I don't like public speaking. I didn't want to see that guy in person ever again, and I was going to have to sit on a witness stand with him staring at me and tell everything that happened to lawyers and a judge and who knew who else. The morning came, and Janet and I got into an unmarked police car and headed to the courthouse. Once inside, we were told to sit on a bench and wait. It felt like forever. But finally I was called in. I found myself in a huge courtroom with literally hundreds of people filling the seats staring at me. And there at the table, the robber. He was wearing a blue prison garb. When I saw his face, I again got that same shot to the chest I felt when I'd seen him in the lobby of my old apartment. I knew it was him. I had to recount the entire story to everyone with him staring at me the whole time. Then, that moment you always see in TV crime shows and movies comes. The lawyer asked me if the person who robbed me was sitting in the room, and if I could point him out. The robber and I locked eyes, and he began to slowly shake his head, quietly telling me, no. Not in a threatening way, but in a scared shitless, if this guy says yes, then I'm screwed way. I pointed at him and said it was him. His head dropped, as did the heads of several people in the audience, family and friends, I guess. After that day, I heard nothing else for the longest time. Many months passed, and I was hoping that was the end of it. I honestly didn't care much about what happened to him. If anything, I did figure they'd call me. Then one day, my Skype started logging in and out all by itself. I couldn't figure out what was going on. I realized I'd never changed my Skype passwords after the phone was stolen. So many to change I'd overlooked that one. And wherever my stolen phone was all this time later, someone was playing with it. And I realized I had so many conversations with people about the robbery over Skype text, and due to my mistake of not changing that password, whoever had the phone could read every one of them. The police had told me there was no way to recover the phone, so I figured all I could do was change the password, which I did. And Skype stopped logging in and out by itself. I called the police and asked for an update on my case, and they told me there currently was none, but they would be in contact soon. Some time later, I woke up to my phone ringer, and the caller was listed as hidden. I answered, and it was the district attorney. She began explaining to me that there was no evidence against the Red Hat robber other than my word, and in a he said type of case, there can be no conviction. The robber had sat in jail for nearly 6 months at that point, which felt like a good lesson, and the attorney told me she was calling to see if I was okay with dropping the whole thing, in spite of her completely believing he was guilty. She said she had felt I had been through enough, and if we pushed on with the case, it would be a nightmare. The robber's attorney would hire a person whose one job would be to find dirt on me and turn me, the victim, into the villain. She threw some truth at me that because I'm white and he's black, they would play the race card and say I was just trying to put another poor black guy away. She told me they would bring up everything they could find about me that could help set this guy free, and sadly, that was their job, and ultimately, it would all be for nothing. I asked her that if I said it was okay to let him go, would I ever have to hear about this ordeal again? She told me that the moment I hung up, this entire thing would be over for me, but not to worry. In her experience, these guys never learn, and she has no doubt he'll do something again and wind up right back in jail. It happens almost every time. It was then that she told me something I did not know that spun the entire situation in my mind. The guy who had robbed me was only 16 years old. He was 6'7" and looked much older. She confirmed that the baby was in fact his, and that he'd been spending his time in jail learning crafts and partaking in whatever kinds of social activities they had in places like that. He was just a stupid kid. One stupid enough to rob someone 50 feet from his own front door. I never heard anything else about the case, or about the red-hatted robber, but before the DA hung up, she said one final thing I'll always remember. The crime in this case was not a stolen iPhone or credit cards. It wasn't the threat of my life or even this stack of fancy feast. The real crime was that whether I knew it or not, this guy had put a permanent scar on my brain that I would carry for the rest of my life. I would never forget this had happened, and it would change my life forever. My stolen sense of security was the real crime. I still go out walking at night, and hardly ever think about what happened. If anything, I feel it made me stronger. I know the Red Hat robber is out there somewhere. I know that he's just a stupid kid. I hope that this ordeal was as much a lesson for him as it was for me. Whether it was or not, I do hope that we never meet again. I've had a few frightening encounters over the span of my life, but nothing quite as intense as one that took place on a night during my senior year of high school. I had been managing the latest in a series of successive breakups with my high school sweetheart, and I was looking for any reason I could find not to sequester myself into my computer room as I so often did. My friend Mia, who lived in a neighboring community, had invited me over to her place to hang out with her and her brother. I was a socially awkward teenager, and Mia being a fairly recent acquaintance, I accepted on the condition that I could bring along a frequent companion of mine, Robert. He was always prepared to hang out, and I could confirm his presence there before even asking him. She was hesitant of bringing another person round, but when I promised her we'd set off some of Robert's fireworks, she agreed. Mia had conditions of her own, stressing the importance of calling her to come pick us up as soon as we arrived at the transit station. I thought it was a bit of an odd request. I had been to Mia's house before, and it was only a short walk from the station. I didn't think to ask her why, as I was just pleased to be going anywhere. "Oh, and you have to bring your fireworks," I told Robert. After grumbling, he gathered up the small cachet that he had stashed under his bed and we headed out. Robert and I arrived at the station around 11, and I did as Mia had instructed. Not expecting an invite that late in the evening, my cell phone was left uncharged, with enough juice to let Mia know that we had arrived. As Robert and I whiled away the time singing 80s tunes in an off-key rhythm, a black SUV with tinted windows came streaming into the parking area next to the station, swerving wildly and honking before it shot off into the suburban community we were heading towards. Mia arrived shortly after, and we made our way towards the schoolyard. Robert was still a bit prickly about wasting the last of his fireworks, which was fairly uncharacteristic of him, as he presented himself as one of the most habitually apathetic people I had ever met up until that point. We had set off a handful of fireworks. A few of them were duds, but most of them did what they were designed for, attracting attention. Another black SUV came barreling down the road by the school a few minutes later. This one had a collection of balloons tied to the interior of the car that flew out a rearview window, battering against one another as the SUV came to a sudden halt. Mia's face held a look of knowing concern that I didn't entirely understand. "I'll be right back," she told us. I held my breath from a distance as I witnessed a figure hop out of the passenger seat of the SUV and approach Mia. I let out a heavy sigh of relief, as their greeting, while out of earshot, was warm. There was a rapport and friendliness not commonly reserved for foreboding strangers you meet, with the hour creeping closer to midnight, and the lights in the surrounding homes growing increasingly scarce. Mia was the type of gal you couldn't help but like. She was bright, funny, talented, and never did much to offend anyone. She treated everyone on equal terms, and a natural byproduct of this is collecting friends of every high school archetype. Some of those archetypes were one of the ones I was all too familiar with, the jocks, bullies, and bad seeds, the latter of which her district high school had a notorious reputation for. By that point in my life, I was already content with the knowledge that the flaring tempers between most individuals of every identifiable clique would simmer with age. But there would always be the select few that never quite got over the thrill of illicit dealings and physical violence. Their behavior would escalate, and they'd step into the criminal lifestyle at a young adult, where their actions became less excusable. I was and still am a tiny male at 28 years old, never growing beyond 5'4", and an easy target for such a person. I had the reputation for being a mischievous but laid-back slacker who could take a punch but couldn't throw one, and I relied on the former trait to diffuse tension between situations outside my tribe. It didn't always work, but it allowed me to skate by relatively unharmed for most of my high school career. Mia embraced the stranger in a hug before they parted ways. The stranger got back into the SUV and peeled off. When she returned, I asked her what that was all about. That was a friend of mine from St. Francis High. They're out celebrating his buddy's 18th birthday and driving around and beating the crap out of people walking by themselves. You're alright if you're with me, but I think we should probably head back to my place. Fine by me. I'd rather not be party to some kid's twisted adulthood initiation rites as he proves his machismo to his buddies while they take turns packing my face in. We arrived to Mia's house, but the mood had turned pretty sour and contemplative as we sat with very little to discuss aside from the obvious. We got about 20 minutes into a movie before Mia's father walked in. Mia, it's 12. Time to say goodnight to your friends. Mia explained the situation, but being an honest student with overly invested parents can sometimes mean bearing the burden of strict rules. One, being in bed by 12. The other, no safe harboring for teenaged boys overnight. Christ, what had we gotten ourselves into? Mia told us that there were 4 of the SUVs driving around. She asked us to be safe before saying goodbye and locking the door behind her. Robert and I slowly walked off the porch and into the cul-de-sac. A disappointing evening, but it happens. I took my cell phone from my pocket to trouble my best friend for a ride, but had forgotten that I didn't charge it earlier and the battery had since died. Robert didn't bother to carry a cell phone with him and communicated with the few people he did hang out with over MSN Messenger. We took inventory of what we had left with us before taking off towards the transit station. My pockets were virtually empty, save for my wallet. Robert had a single remaining firework in his possession, along with his Zippo lighter. There was a house down the street that I recalled was being renovated, with one of those industrial-shaped disposal bins out front. I leapt inside, and re-emerged hefting a 2x4 with a few nails bent into it. Robert laughed at the visual. Call me Buford Pusser Jr. I'm walking small, I cracked. Robert had his Zippo and a firework at the ready. I'll shoot this in their face, he said. It sounded as if we were in high spirits. It's because the risk of our situation hadn't quite sunken in yet. We were aware that the transit station would be shutting relatively soon, and the train wouldn't be any help, and this particular station held the final terminal on the line, but the buses might still be active. The neighborhood we had started in had enough walkways, bike lanes, and tree cover that we could sink our way through the shadows for a while. We took our time choosing the most secluded and unlit passageways, which in hindsight I realized did nothing to help our nerves. At one point we came up to an intersecting walkway that we were familiar with in the daytime. The passageway ahead of us was lit overhead by a single yellow streetlight, before fading into the yawning mouth of pitch darkness. We stood there, agonizing for several minutes over whether or not we should find another route or stay the course, listening for any sound of movement on the other side. We briefly contemplated camping out for the remainder of the night before opting for another detour. The night's silence was punctuated every so often by the squealing of tires, shouting, or the sudden acceleration of a vehicle. Then we reached the main road. Not only one of the main roads in the area, but one of the main roads in our end of town. From there on there was little cover, nothing but houses, buildings, and a large empty parking lot, all illuminated by streetlights that, at that moment, felt more like the halogen floodlights they shine on escaped prisoners as they rush across the yard to freedom. There was little traffic at this point in the night, so if one of the SUVs did come down the road, we would not go unnoticed, and there'd be virtually nothing to stop them from doing what they were intending to do. We listened for any sign of obnoxious motors revving before we took off across the road and into the parking lot. Less than a minute later, we arrived at the transit station. We quickly checked the posted bus times, but as indicated by the digital clock outside, all the buses had made their final run. We hopped into the shelter in the train terminal, but the doors had already been locked. We'd have to stick to the main road until we made it to the bus trap. The bus trap was our safe haven. What's unique to this bus trap is that it was right under a tightly constructed underpass that divides one community from another. After years of drivers still risking the odds to make their trip shorter, the underpass had been fitted with added precautions, cement blockades, and a metal gate that only opened for buses. This would increase our chances of making a clean getaway if the birthday boy and his pals sped towards us. Robert and I flinched to every distant sound, unaware of whether it was an ordinary motorist on their way home after a late evening, or the assailants we were so concerned with running into. We began to think that maybe we were overreacting. There was a good chance that someone had already phoned the police on them, and they had taken off to another area to avoid detection. Maybe they'd gone home, or better yet, gotten arrested. We let our guard slip as we reached our old junior high, starting to think that the worst case scenario we were preparing for was already behind us. That I was carrying a cumbersome piece of wood only looked like a jackass, that Robert was still armed with a firework and his Zippo for nothing. This is where I remember the set of walkways leading straight through the community towards an elementary school which was right by the bus trap. I had walked it plenty of times before, and with the streetlights spaced out every 60 feet, we'd see them from a mile away, but they'd see us too. What we were greeted with instead were long expanses of burnt-out streetlight, another sparsely lit tunnel of shadows, and nightmares. We started down the path, because what other choice did we really have? Robert flicked his Zippo open as much as he could, still careful to conserve his lighter fluid in case of an actual confrontation. The walk didn't last long. The oversensitive backlight porches helped to fill in dark points, but there reached a point where it was getting too dark, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and the accompanying sound of snapping twigs and branches was enough to signify that we might want to just get the hell out of there. We stood paralyzed for a moment, imagining the birthday boy and his friends waiting behind the shadow to pummel us. Though, sensing it had just been an animal, we returned to the quieter neighborhood areas. There may be more room for us to be seen, but less risk of getting cornered. We quickly made our way along unfamiliar streets and joined up with the final walkway to see it. The elementary school, and in the distance, the bus trap. We were so relieved to see safety in our sights, walking at a relaxed pace and feeling foolish for turning a 20-minute walk into an hour-long ordeal. We passed through the elementary school grounds and began walking the fully lit streets down the bus trap, when a black SUV came whipping around the corner on the left-hand side nearest the bus trap, balloons from the rear window streaking backwards from the velocity as the vehicle accelerated. There's no way they didn't see us. Crap, I shouted at Robert as we doubled back towards the elementary school and rounded the corner. We both had to think fast, as the road they were on was only a 15-second drive at the speed they were doing. We ran down the street along the elementary school but found no cover. I heard the engine grow closer to us within seconds of turning into the street. We were out of time, and I pointed to the only cover I could find, a side yard fence. No accompanying front fence, no attaching hedge, nothing. Robert and I lied down on the grass against the fence. long like boards and stiff as corpses, our respective weapons at the ready. I have never felt my heart pump as hard as it was at that moment, tightly gripping the 2x4 while I watched Robert position the firework and unclap the Zippo. As if this was going to do anything, we really were chumps. The SUV slowed to a roll as it turned the corner, the headlights reaching down the road as they were searching for us. Convinced they wouldn't find us in the car, they parked. They parked at the edge of the property, right next to us. The headlights of the SUV were peeking out just beyond the fence. We were beyond screwed. 4 doors popped open, and within a few seconds, each to each other, feet kicking up gravel as the birthday gang murmured to one another and began to search for us. I noted at least 4 sets of footsteps and a couple of indistinct voices. We were definitely outnumbered. My mind flashed through all the numerous times I'd been pushed about at school, laughing good-naturedly as I refused to fight back in futility. I knew everyone who did this to me, and this humanized me to them enough that they never pushed it too far. These people didn't know me. They weren't aware of the bullshit persona I assumed. The odd guy who was alright with pain. They didn't know I pretended to think I was funny. These guys wanted to hurt me. They wanted to hurt me and my friend. This is it, I thought. This is the moment you quit being such a coward and you earn your own respect. I gripped the 2x4 tightly enough to dig tiny wooden splinters into my hand, and just listened to my heart thump as my blood boiled with whatever rage I could summon. I would only have a slim opportunity to surprise them before they'd take us down, and I hoped that Robert would get his firework off soon enough to buy us some time. If I was only getting in one strike, I was going to make sure it connected. As if some force miraculously knew what we were up against, I heard a voice say, "Screw it." A few seconds later, the car doors slammed shut. The SUV backed up, pulled a U-turn and drove off. All the courage I had to muster, everything I was prepared to fight with in a losing battle that I never knew my body had in me, and it all slowly settled back into the deepest regions of myself. Robert and I walked the quiet back route to the bus trap. We arrived at the underpass and casually walked through it. We both took a moment to look back into the other community that we had spent so much of our time in without issue, now in recognition of what we just had narrowly avoided. It felt like the type of thing a person should do. I wish I could say this near brush had some transformative effect on me, that it forced me to re-examine my passive tendencies and open up a new chapter in my life where I stopped letting myself be treated like everyone else's ragdoll. It didn't, not necessarily. My one takeaway from this experience was, despite my many previous assumptions about my fight or flight response, it proved that in a rare moment when I'm backed into a corner, I'll be prepared to stand my ground. Until then, birthday gang, let's not meet again. I thought I would share with you about my life as a VBSS operator on board the USS Gary. Basically, a VBSS team is a part-time volunteer job within the US Navy. It stands for Visit, Board, Search, and Seizure, and as the name states, we visit enemy ships, board them, search them, and seize them of all suspicious activity. We mainly focus on counter-piracy/smuggling. However, we do conduct other missions, such as hostage rescue and other things that should be remained classified. The job is a part-time job, one you do on the side while you have your main job on board the ship. However, I was one of the few that solely did VBSS. Well, let me correct that. I had another job. I was an undesignated seaman. However, I carried out duties on that job maybe 1 day a week. I will try and tell you some weird and creepy things that happened during my time in the Navy, while still staying inside the limits of information I'm allowed to tell. Keep in mind these stories are few and far between, and most of our missions consisted of arriving at boats and arresting innocent guys who were just at the wrong place at the wrong time. The first one I'm going to share with you was about 5 years ago. We got a call that a boat had been spotted about a half-mile out from the ship, and we were to get geared up. As VBSS, our gear consists of an M4 assault rifle, a Sig Sauer P226 handgun, a combat knife, 3 mags of ammo, and a helmet. We got geared up and entered our rubber riding craft. I remember specifically on this day, I had a terrible headache, and focusing was very hard for me. I remember my petty officer looked over at me as we were closing in on the boat, and said I looked like I was taking it up the arse. As we got up to the boat, we saw 4 men, unarmed, and they looked to be about 50 years old. After realizing they weren't a threat, we just handcuffed them, and my teammate asked them what they were doing this far out at sea. The man responded that they were running from the powerful one. We didn't know what the hell they were talking about, so when we asked them for further information, one of them said they were just on a fishing trip yesterday off the coast, and a fog came over them, and the powerful one teleported them here. Okay. Well, there was no way they could have gone from a few miles off the coast to 500 miles out at sea in a day. The men looked visibly shaken, and one of them even had a fresh gash down the back that he claimed was caused by the powerful one. I don't know if they were crazy or something is actually out there, but either way, it gave us a good scare. The next story was about 2 years ago. This story still gives me goosebumps to this day, because it was one of the very few actual gunfights I have been in. I'm not talking about a few warning shots or injury shots, I mean a fully fledged firefight between us and the enemy. Every combat veteran knows what I'm talking about when I say there are no atheists in a gunfight. But anyway, we received a call that armed pirates were spotted a mile off from the ship, smuggling unknown bagged contents, and that we needed to take them into custody. Even though they were armed, none of us expected to get into a firefight because we came across armed men all the time, and most of them just ditched their guns into the ocean to rid themselves of evidence, which is a smart move if you ask me. However, these men didn't. As soon as we zeroed in on their craft, we received immediate enemy fire. As experienced operators, I can officially say we all crapped ourselves. Yes, a normal gunfight is scary, but in the middle of the ocean, on a motorized watercraft with no protective walls, you are basically a sitting duck. We all flat-bellied, just waiting for our craft to get penetrated with a bullet for us to sink. One of my teammates got up in a kneel position and returned fire. And when he did, I guess it struck a bit of bravery in all of us as we did the same. As VBSS operators, we are taught to shoot to wound, never to kill, because our job is not to kill. Our job is to capture and allow higher-ups to gather intel from interrogation. There were 10 gunmen on the enemy boat, and 13 of us. I remember I got one of the pirates in the knee. One of my teammates, and still good friends to this day, Henry, got hit in the thigh, and couldn't do anything for about 6 months. Eventually we couldn't hold any longer, and a helicopter was called in and they got gunned down. Thankfully no one died, but it was still a frightening and terrifying experience. This story is probably one of the more creepy and bone-chilling ones on the list, just due to the fact there was no rational explanation for it. Like normal, we got a call that there was a suspicious vessel and that we needed to check it out. This was different though, because we were working with a cargo ship. Working with big ships is always scary because of all that can go wrong, and you always have that feeling that there was some place you missed or didn't check. Since the hull of this ship was elevated, we had to be helicoptered in, so we got loaded up and got into the helicopter. It was about a 20-minute ride out to where the ship was, and when we got to it, we fast roped out on deck. There wasn't anyone on the top deck, which we found weird, especially for a ship of this size and this far out at sea. After conducting search protocol for a good half hour on the top deck and bridge and finding absolutely no one, we assumed that maybe they had caught our ship on their radar system and went to hide under deck. We went down below, and to make a long story short, we didn't find anyone there either. The entire team was baffled. There was absolutely no way a ship around 600 miles out in the Atlantic could have gotten there unmanned. We started looking inside large freight crates and still found nothing. No one knew how this was possible. And then our lieutenant called us over to come to look at something that he had found. There was a piece of paper, and very poorly etched into the paper was the words, "Help us." This freaked us out. I'm not sure what exactly happened to the ship after we left, but I couldn't get off it quick enough. I remember that night, I sat in my room contemplating quitting. It's the only time I have ever truly considered it. As VBSS operators, we are taught that when conducting a search, to never have your weapons safety on until right before you engage an enemy. You will see where I'm going with this in a second. This story isn't very long, nor is it very shocking, but I thought it was interesting enough to share. We were conducting an op on a small fishing vessel, and the way it was set up was me and my buddy were going to board first while the others waited for us to clear it out. Now that I think about it, it was a stupid move, because if there had been 10 armed pirates on the boat, we would have been dead. But nonetheless, we did as we were told. We had boarded, and I was covering my buddy's 6 while we were about to turn into a doorway leading into the bridge. When we were about 10 feet from the door, a man all of a sudden bolts from around the corner, and it terrified us. My buddy had his safety off and accidentally pulled the trigger, and got the dude right in the head. Man, was that a shit show. The Navy had to pay quite a bit to the family, and my buddy ended up getting court-martialed. He ended up not getting discharged and got to return to active duty. But still, it was a damn mess. This is one of the more creepy ones, and was actually pretty recent. Like how most of these stories start, we got a call saying there was an unidentified craft close by. When we arrived to the boat, there were 6 men on it. We went through procedure, yelling with our guns pointed. Basically the Navy's way of letting enemies know our dick is bigger. And when they were contained, Petty Officer asked them what they were doing. One of them came forward and said how they were heading out to an oil rig, but ended up getting tailed by a North Korean submarine and that they were being followed. They said they had seen the big flag painted on the side of the bridge and everything. We thought nothing of it because we knew North Korea carried out very few naval operations, and when they did, it was never outside their own waters in very small submarines not capable of locking onto any object. We were out in the middle of the Atlantic, and after taking the men on board the Gary, our rear admiral told us that they had picked up a submarine of quite substantial size on their radar. However, it disappeared before they could do anything. He told us it was unlike anything they had seen before, because a submarine of that size could not go stealth like that. It really makes you wonder, what if North Korea is capable of more than we think? Who knows what secrets they're keeping hidden over there? As I've stated before, the life of a VBSS operator is never easy, and if you're wanting to do this job, I suggest you prepare yourselves for the best way you can. In some way, I would say it's even harder than what Marines and soldiers have to do. I'm in no way disrespecting the incredibly hard stuff they have to go through. However, in the VBSS world, the ocean can make things a lot more difficult. This story I'm about to tell you happened around 4 years ago, when I was still pretty new to the Navy. Just like most of these stories start out, the commanding officer of the galley told us a pirate vessel had been spotted not too far from our ship. He told us this call was not like any other call though. He told us they could have a potential hostage with them, and could be hostile. Now normally when this happens, they usually call in more experienced and better trained men, like Navy SEALs and Marine Maritime Raid Forces. But for whatever reason, they deemed us able to carry out the mission. We were all ready, however every one of us would be lying if we said we weren't secretly shitting ourselves. Especially me, still being considered the new guy on the team. We got geared up and headed out as soon as we could. Hostage situations are always more intense due to the fact that someone's life is at stake, and it is a no-fail mission. We had a helicopter escort with a .50 cal door gun locked and loaded on overwatch in case stuff went south. It took us about 7 minutes to arrive to the vessel, and as soon as we got there we immediately started taking action. We began pointing our guns at the armed men on the boat, screaming your typical orders like, "Get down," or "Hands above your head." You'd be surprised how much we sound like police officers at times. We all expected them to either return fire or resist. However, they didn't. They didn't follow our orders, but they put their guns down and just stood there looking at us. We were all weirded out by this, but we did not let this opportunity go. We rushed the deck, detained every man we could find, and went to receive the package, military slang for rescue the hostage. We found her below deck. She looked to be around 19, African ethnicity, and beaten up pretty badly. We immediately got her on our craft and started speeding back to the USS Gary as quickly as we could. She started mumbling an inaudible message, but we pretty quickly made out the words, "Watch out." It was at that very moment we heard the helicopters, .50 cal, start unloading behind us. When we were getting back to the ship and spoke to the helicopter pilots, they told us that as we were heading back, a hidden man had crept up from below deck and was aiming an RPG at our craft. Needless to say, that scared the crap out of all of us, and I still say to this day, if it had not been for whoever was manning that door gun, me and my teammates would not be alive today. The next story is on the creepier side. It will definitely make you wonder. It was about 1.5 years ago. We get a call, pirate spotted. Everything is normal. We suit up, head out with a helicopter escorting us to provide information back to the galley, and we arrive to the boat the pirates were on. However, upon further inspection, we realize that there is no one on the boat. All of us are baffled, and when we radio up the chopper to ask what the hell is up, he says he had eyes on them, looked away for a second, and when he looked back they were all gone like they had never been there. The helicopter usually arrives a few minutes before we do, so he can scout the area out, and he swore that when he arrived they were on the boat, and seconds before he looked away and they were gone. No one can explain what happened to this day, and we never found out what happened to the men who were on that boat. This next story takes place around 1 year ago. Being a specialized group in the US Navy, sometimes as VBSS operators, we get to work with Navy SEALs. However, it is extremely rare, and when we do, it's usually just a training exercise. But this time was different. It was the real deal. We never take these opportunities lightly, and are always 100% serious, due to the fact that these guys are amazing at what they do. Let me tell you, if you ever get a chance to do anything with a Navy SEAL, take that opportunity. They are some of the most class guys I have and ever will meet. Not to mention how amazingly trained and highly skilled operators they are. This particular call was to attach to a SEAL unit and conduct a close quarters raid on an undocumented whaling ship with armed crew members that was holding something the Navy wanted. We weren't allowed to know what they were looking for, and to this day, I still don't know exactly what the SEALs were supposed to be looking for, but we carried out our job regardless. Now our job was to basically be at the SEALs' backs and aid them in anything they needed while they did the dirty work. We all got geared up and began our operation. The SEALs arrived via helicopter assertion, and we did our usual watercraft approach. There were 20 of the VBSS men, including myself and about 8 SEALs. We climbed up the side of the hull and entered the deck using a grapple ladder, and just to give you guys a peek at how amazing the SEALs are, there were probably about 15 armed men on the deck alone, and in the short 30 seconds it took us to get there, the 8 Navy SEALs had already detained every single one of them and were on their way below deck. We kept watch on deck while the SEALs were conducting their mission. We were up there and just waited for a good hour, and all of a sudden, the SEALs come bursting out the door that leads below deck, holding something that looks to be a body bag. Whoever or whatever was in that bag was squirming violently and making inhuman noises. When we arrived back at the galley, we were immediately led to a room on the ship that I had never seen before or since, and firmly instructed to never speak about what we saw to anyone. I very well may be stepping out of line telling this story, but I think the public needs to know that there is a lot, and I mean a lot of things the military and government are hiding from you. This next story is kind of weird because it was kind of creepy, but at the same time was just very odd. I was sitting in my room during my rest period with a few other guys on the VBSS team, listening to Nickelback. I know, we have awful taste in music, but the way the particular song was playing, How You Remind Me, not that it's important, but it's a great song, you should listen to it, and just talking about random stuff. All of a sudden, our lieutenant bursts through the door and tells us to get suited up because there were 3 pirate crafts pursuing the ship. We sprung to our feet and immediately met up with the rest of the team on deck. We were not going to be leaving the deck, which was relieving, but we were going to engage the craft if they got too close to the ship. We split up into 3 teams of 5, 1 for each craft. Each team had a different color name: red, blue, and yellow. The blue team went to the port side of the ship and aimed our weapons at one of the crafts. We started screaming at them to drop their weapons and put their hands up. However, they did not obey and kept coming closer to the ship. Eventually, I heard the lieutenant scream engage, and we began firing. Here's the weird part though. We began firing at them, and it was like we weren't even hitting them. I thought we were just missing, but then I looked harder in my scope and made sure I nailed the guy right in the leg, and I know I hit him even to this day, but it didn't even create a wound. The guy didn't flinch. They just stared at us. I looked over at my buddy and asked him what the hell was going on, and he looked just as confused as I did. I yelled out to the other teams if the same thing was happening to them, and they said that none of their bullets were doing anything. It was at that moment, all of a sudden, all 3 pirate crafts turned around and sped off in the direction they came. We were all left speechless and stood there looking at each other for a good 5 minutes, just trying to comprehend what we had experienced. Still, no one knows what was causing those men to not be affected by all of the M4 5.56 bullets, and we have not experienced anything similar since. Back in high school, before I enlisted, I knew this guy named Corey. We were never best friends, but we spoke occasionally. He was a quieter kid, but every now and then, when we did talk, the subject of him moving away after high school to Somalia and becoming a freedom fighter against their awful government came up. Always thought he was kind of crazy, but I always laughed and told him to go for it, because who knew how Somalia needed help? Well, about 2.5 years ago, while the Gary is conducting operations near the coast of Somalia, we get a call that a pirate vessel was circling the ship. We got geared up, and upon arriving to the vessel, we began detaining the men on the boat. And guess who I see on the boat with 3 other pirates? Good old Corey. I asked him how the hell he got into pirating, and he just looked at me. Never thought I would have run into crazy Corey, or that he would have actually gone through with his plans, let alone me run into him 7 years down the road halfway across the world. I never found out what happened to him, but it still amazes me to this day that something so unlikely would happen. I'm a 21-year-old male. It was the 4th of July 2019. I live in Kansas in the USA. At the time, I worked as a correctional officer at a maximum security prison on the night shift. The cell house I was in charge of was the maximum general population, 1 man to a cell. This is where the overall worst of society are housed. Before work, I was doing the typical American 4th of July thing, grilling, fireworks, and having a beer or two, and just generally having a great time with the family and wife. My wife kept telling me I needed to just call in sick and take the day off without pay. I really wish I had listened to her now, but I said no because we were really behind on bills. As the night went on, it came time for us to leave my mum's and for me to go home and get ready for work. I took my wife home and dropped her off, got ready, and left for work. My wife's car was broken down, so she was stuck at home for the night. As I drove to work, which is about an hour's drive away, I watched the fireworks going off all around. It was sad. I had never had to work on the 4th before. After I got to work and got all my equipment, I got into the cell house. Business as usual. Inmates were showered and locked up. I got my night cleaning crew out so they could clean the rest of the cell house, and met up with my partner for the night in the officer's station to get our briefing from the last shift. Fast forward an hour into my shift, so it's now right around 12:30 a.m. Another officer came into the cell house, so now there are 3 of us. This happened often on night shift, as there was nothing to do except rounds every half hour or so. Out of nowhere, we hear an inmate laughing like a witch, like a cackle. That was strange, but nothing to be alarmed with. Drugs were a bad problem in that facility. Still is, as far as I know. Eventually, after a few more cackles, I decided to go see who was making the sound, in case they were high. I walked through and checked all 200 inmates. Nothing. There were a small few that were even awake. So I brushed it off and went back to my office. My partner and the other officer were asking if there was anyone that needed their cells searched. I couldn't think of anyone in particular I suspected of having anything, so I went and checked all the cells again to see if I could get a whiff of smoke or see something. As I was walking on the 2nd story, I found an inmate that was acting weird. He was in his bed facing the wall, talking. This was also common, as there were a lot of inmates with minor mental issues. I figured he was high, because he turned and looked at me and told me to piss off. I was going to leave him alone, but the disrespect made me change my mind. It's now 20 minutes to 1 a.m., July 5th. I walk back to the office and tell the other 2 officers which cell he was in, and I wanted him searched. Cell 218. So, how the cell house is laid out is there are 100 cells per level. From the officers' station you can see the north side first and the second floor, but you can't see the south side unless you walk the 50 feet over to it. Picture the movie Shawshank Redemption type cell house, except instead of being able to look through and see cells across, you just see a wall. The cells are literally back to back. As the officers go to put him out of the cell and go to search it, I went to the ground floor and was watching from below. The reason why is I wanted to get the inmate on the ground level and not the second floor. All that there was for protection from going over the edge was a handrail. I noticed the inmate was taking forever to get out of his cell. He came out in shorts and a do-rag, which is weird because he wasn't fully clothed. Didn't even put sandals on, just shorts and a do-rag. Yet it took him 5 minutes to get out. That made me very nervous. The inmate was a 6-foot-tall, 250-pound muscle-bound dude, and definitely had size on us. So from the ground I holler at him and tell him to come down to the ground and that he could use the phone or check his emails or commissionary. He declined my offer, which never happens, and I knew something was up. He was watching them search his cell from the control panel box. This was alarming. They were in his cell. I was on the ground. He could have easily ambushed them. He would have made it to them before I could have got up the stairs. So to try and keep them safe, I went upstairs to the inmate. He was standing in the corner away from the handrails at the top of the stairs. He knew I was the officer in charge of that cell house, and he knew I was the one that saw him talking to himself. He asked me why he was having his cell searched. "It's nothing personal, man," I said, even though it's a lie. "I have a quota I have to fill for cells searched in a night, and you're awake, so I chose you to have you searched. It'll just take a second." He was uneasy. He was pacing. Something wasn't right. Then I saw it. He had just turned right, and I saw his durag and the Samsung logo reflecting on the cell house light. Crap. I knew there was going to be a problem as soon as I saw it. He had a cell phone. I called over the radio for 2 additional officers to come to me. The inmate didn't seem to notice I made the call. My supervisors responded saying 2 of them were on their way. As a side note, at this time only segregational officers had protective vests, so out of the 5 of us that were now in there, only 1 had a vest. I was not that one. The officers were named South, who had a vest, McCormick, Collins, Sheffield, and me. It's now nearly 1 a.m. As soon as South and McCormick got up to me, I told the inmate to turn around and cuff up. South and McCormick were on the inmate right side, and I was in front of him. "Why?" he angrily asked. I refused to give him a reason at first. After a few minutes I'd had enough. I told him, "Look man, I can see the cell phone in your durag. You know you're not supposed to have that." The inmate then gets a defeated look on his face, but fire in his eyes. His body relaxes, and he slowly reaches up to retrieve the phone. But does he pull out a phone? Nope. He pulls out a 6-inch sharpened metal rod with ripped fabric wrapped around the bottom as a handle. Everything froze for me. I knew I was about to perish. Everything starts moving again. I now have an inmate twice my size charging and thrusting quickly and repeatedly towards me. "Oh crap," was all I was able to yell. I immediately went into defensive mode, trying to grab his arm and disarm him. His wrist kept slipping. I couldn't keep a hold of it, but at least I managed to block his attempts at my lower abdomen. Suddenly, he aimed high and went for my chest. It felt like it made contact. I had just been stabbed in the right part of my chest. I yelled at the top of my lungs for them to spray him. McCormick was already working on spraying the MK9 OC spray. For my listeners who understand military lingo, you'll know what I mean. For others, the MK9 comes as a pressured spray bottle. You can buy it at camping stores in the USA. It's called bear spray. It's the stuff that you spray in bears' eyes so you can get away. South had come up behind the inmate, grabbed him around the chest and pulled him backwards right as McCormick sprayed. I didn't realize it at the time, but the spray hit me. The inmate and South as well as everyone near us. I was able to turn and run. I ran around the stair railing, past the panel box, and out onto the run of the cells on the second story. I ran past a few cells and turned around to see he wasn't chasing me, but South was wrestling him to the ground, while gagging on the OC, and so was I and McCormick. Sheffield, having heard the commotion, came running out of the cell and saw what happened and ran for help. The inmate grabbed South by the vest and tried to throw him over the end of the landing, but South dropped to his knees before he went over. I grabbed the shoulder mic and screamed into it, "Level a response to Charlie 2 now." Dispatch said something back, but I didn't hear it. I started to charge back to save South. Before I could get away from the cell, I was in front of Collins, who grabbed me from behind and told me not to go. Due to the layout of the runs, I didn't see, but Sheffield grabbed the inmate from behind and body slammed him on his face and began cuffing him. Sheffield got covered in OC as well, due to the inmate being covered in it. As soon as Collins let me go, I stood still and watched. Up the stairs came 4 more officers, the captain and lieutenant. The lieutenant came and asked me what happened. I started to explain, but he cut me off as he saw blood coming out my left arm. After taking me out of the cell house, he made me lift my shirt up because he saw blood. He examined all my wounds. He had me remove all my equipment and hold paper towels to my arm. I was rushed to the ER. I was able to grab my phone out of my rental car, as I had totaled my car a few weeks ago by hitting a deer, and called my wife and told her what happened. She called my parents and siblings. Luckily, my injuries weren't too bad. I was stabbed 4 times, once on my left arm just below the elbow. That was through and through. The blade went in one side and out the other. Twice at the top of my left hand, and once where it hit my chest and went into the skin and hit one of my ribs, keeping it out of my lungs. Out of the 37 plunges, I think it's safe to say I'm lucky I'm still here and able to share this story. I didn't sleep for 2 days following the event. I still have nightmares about it almost daily. I'm always paranoid and I openly carry a firearm. After my attack, I was forced to resign for safety reasons. Everyone statewide that works in maximum prisons now has a vest. None of the people from there talk to me anymore, and I feel abandoned. I have one guy from that facility that I still see, my sergeant who wasn't there that night. Court is coming soon to add 3 more attempted murders on the guy. Turns out he was a shot caller from the Crips gang. To the guy who stabbed me, let's not meet again aside from court, because I have a hollow point with your name scratched into it. This happened in 2016, a week before Christmas Day. I still remember it quite clearly, but some parts of it are kind of foggy. Anyway, on this particular day, my mum decided to take me out shopping with her for some last-minute Christmas gifts and holiday deals. As we're leaving, I grabbed the handbag I was using at the time, a relatively worn but nice black leather Fossil brand backpack. I didn't have much in it besides my planner, a journal, my wallet, and my whole DS case. I'd gone to a gaming party the night before, and it had still been in there, but I didn't think much about taking it out. I was prone to carrying it around in my bag regardless of what I was doing. I never knew when I was going to be bored enough to pull it out and to start tending to my Animal Crossing village or train some of my prized Pokemon. We made our rounds at the mall and whatnot, and about halfway into our trip, I received a text from a high school bandmate of mine. I was a big band nerd and was particularly close with a lot of people who marched with me. The text informed me that some people from my old percussion section were planning an impromptu get-together at the movies, and I was invited to come along, as well as my mum. She was a well-liked band parent, so they had no qualms about her showing up as well. We were both pretty game, and after finishing up at the last store, we headed to the theatre to meet everybody. We had a good time, caught up, took some funny pictures and all that jazz. My mother and I headed home at around 9:30 p.m, and as soon as we pulled into our driveway, my mum asked me to retrieve the bags from our shopping endeavours. I remember that I was listening to my music on my cell phone as I got out of the car and shrugged my backpack onto my left shoulder. I trudged around to the back of the car and stood there waiting for my mum to pop open her trunk. I glanced slightly over my shoulder just in time to see what looked like an SUV whip up on our swale. My first thought was that one of my bandmates had followed me home as a joke. They were a memey bunch, so I didn't put anything like that past them. I smirked a little and turned around to greet whoever it was. But instead of facing a friend, I came face first with a barrel with what looked to be a revolver. Holding it was a short guy. I'm 5'7", and he looked to be slightly shorter than me. He had dark skin, a black, unkempt beard, and unruly curly hair to match. I remember shooting my gaze up at his face and staring at him, because I'd watched enough crime shows to know exactly what was about to go down. "Give me money," he shouted, as we made eye contact. I remember freezing, out of what I could describe as shock and maybe some fear. My first thought was that there was a chance the gun wasn't loaded, followed by the thought that I didn't wish to find out, followed by the thought that I needed to keep my eyes on this dude until he got what he wanted and left. It was at that moment that my mom rounded the back of her car and yelped at the sight of her daughter with a gun to her head. According to what she told me afterwards, she heard the man shout and assumed it was a joke. She came over to give the alleged prankster a piece of her mind. Well, her yelp seemed to alert the gunman, because he took his eyes off me and instead ran over to her. She, of course, ran from him. This is where my fear really started to come into play. Given that the gun was loaded, I became very scared that the man would decide to shoot my mum if she didn't comply with what he wanted. So I ended up yelling, "Just give him your purse." She threw it at him, but then began begging to at least retrieve her car and house keys before he took it. Once again, I became scared that he'd turned the gun on her and told her to shut up. However, the gunman didn't seem to care about her anymore, because now his eyes were on me. He came back at me, waving his little revolver around and repeatedly shouting, "Give me money." I calmly shrugged my bag off my shoulder, and he hastily grabbed it before I even had it off completely. It was then that I glanced over at the car and noticed another man standing at the driver's side door. He was much taller, also dark-skinned, but despite the streetlight, I couldn't make out his face. By this point, my mother ran back towards our open garage, and the gunman seemed to have gotten what he wanted, and started heading back towards his car. I, however, refused to move until they had sped off. I was still entirely frozen in place, eyes still locked on this dude robbing us dry. Just as I thought he was about to get into the car, he noticed I was still clutching onto my cell phone. I was holding it flat against my chest, with my palm covering the majority of it. I was hoping he wouldn't notice it, but those hopes were shot when he came rushing back at me and snatched it out of my hand. He ran back into his car, got in, and they zoomed off. The entire altercation lasted no more than 45 seconds. I'm rather nearsighted, and it was dark, so I failed to see the license plate as they drove away. Once they rounded the corner, my feet finally unfroze, and I calmly, yet hastily, sped-walked into our house and shut the garage door. My mum had turned back to me, as she realized I wasn't behind her when she ran inside. When I got to her, she was already trying to dial 911 on our landline, albeit hysterically. I ended up taking the phone from her and trying to dial on my own, but just our luck. Our landline had been momentarily disconnected due to maintenance issues. This was when I actually fell into panic. I frequently had lucid nightmares about criminal altercations like the one we had just had, and in each time I tried to call for help, the phone wouldn't work. It was just an odd reoccurring thing in my dreams, and to have it happen in real life was really freaking me out. We somehow got it working and got the police on the phone, and before I knew it, our block was covered in cop cars and an ambulance. I got questioned quite vigorously by the cops, and they realized I was the star witness, being that I had gotten a very good look at the gunman. They questioned me as I sat and deactivated all my cards and whatnot. As I was doing that, it dawned on me that the only real thing of value they got from me in that robbery, besides our purses, was my DS case. I had at least 20 games in that stupid case. On top of the DS, 2,000 of my Pokemon just gone like that. My hacked Animal Crossing village, gone. Just like that. While I was more than absolutely thankful that my mother and I weren't shot, I couldn't help but be slightly chapped about it. I was even more peeved when I ended up having to go down to the police station to do a police sketch, which took over 2 hours. I didn't have a phone, a journal, or my stupid DS to keep me entertained, so you can imagine how excruciating that was. News of the event ended up going viral around our area. Apparently it had been over 10 years since anything of that nature had happened in our neighborhood, and people were pretty shaken about it. Some idiots at the local news station did a piece on it, and ended up plastering our address all over the news scene. They may as well have painted a damn target on our garage door, and we had to call numerous times to get them to take it down. A few months later, the two morons struck again, a few houses down. They caught the lady of the house in the garage one night and forced her inside. They ended up robbing a lot of stuff, jewelry amongst other things, all the while her husband and younger kids were asleep upstairs. She claimed the short one wore a bandana around his face that time. Since then, we've heard nothing else from the police. As far as I know, they've never been caught. Nowadays, I frame the tale as something more comical. At the time, it was rather surreal and even scary. But having to explain to people how I had my DS stolen at gunpoint inevitably got a few laughs, and I quickly learned to laugh with it. Even though I was, and still am, fairly butthurt that I lost all my stuff. My friends even memed how the news channel spread around our address because of how utterly ridiculous it was. that I even giggle heartily at that too when it's brought up. As for the phone not working when we needed it to, that was more of a momentary fright. I got over it rather fast, and never really thought much of it again. So there you have it. To the two arse-hats who jacked my lovely shiny Sylveon, let's not meet again. This happened to my grandmother, and she swears up and down that what you are about to hear is true. Many years ago, she had an accident, as old ladies often do, and ended up breaking her hip. She had to be taken to the hospital, and it turned out that she had several problems with her, and that it would take a long time for her to heal. Most of the healing needed to be done in the hospital in order to monitor her and assure she was receiving the proper care, and finally, a care home, a sort of intermediary between hospital and home, before she could finally be discharged. I went to visit her a few times, and the conditions were appalling. There were so many people crammed into such small wards. The air was toxic and suffocating, and I knew my grandmother wasn't enjoying it. However, it wasn't before long that she was moved to a much nicer, far more comfortable place in the care home. I went to visit her there one afternoon and asked her how her day was, brought her some snacks, some flowers, and tried to cheer her up. I spoke with her all afternoon about all kinds of things, and just as I'm about to leave, she grabs my hand and looks at me in the eye. "Don't go," she says. "There's something I've been meaning to tell you, but I keep putting it off because I think I'm going mad." I give her a little smile and tell her it's all right and that I'll always believe her. Probably. She looks around to see who's looking and hearing. Thankfully, there was no one else in the room at the time as she was sitting up in bed. She squeezes my hand tightly and beckons me to come closer, and I do. She says, "There's a little girl who comes and plays in here at night. I don't know if she's one of the workers' children or something, but she's always here. She wakes me up when she skips across the room. She picks up things and puts them back like any curious child, and after a few minutes I hear her singing gently in the corridor and then disappear." I look at her and ask, "Is that all?" And she nods, but then says, "She's here every night at the same time, 2 a.m. My grandma is a very light sleeper, and at first I told her that it was all right and that it was probably just a member of staff who had a child or something, trying my best to convince her. But my grandmother is no fool, and looked at me in the eye and said, "I think we both know what's going on here." And she was right. We were both confident it was a ghost. But I told her not to worry, and that it might not come back, for she was quite frightened of it. So she ignored it and carried on as I left. I don't visit her for 2 days due to work, and when I come back, I again strike up a conversation with her. She tells me all about how she's excited that she's going to leave, as she's been given permission to leave next week, and she was incredibly anxious to go home. Again, just before I leave, does she squeeze my hand and tell me again that the little ghost girl had returned, but then more curiously, that my jacket had disappeared. She said that when she woke up at the sound of the little ghost girl, that this time she looked at her dead in the eye and just carried on skipping away. The thing is, I left my jacket on a chair next to my grandmother's bed, and when she woke up next morning it had been gone. She asked all of the day and night staff if they had moved it, but none of them seemed to be able to locate it. The days were ticking along quickly, and although I myself wasn't that concerned with the disappearance of my coat, as it was old and worn, my grandmother, with very little to do, had made it her mission to find what had happened to it. She was semi-mobile, as she had one of those frames, and she started scooting around the place, looking up and down, trying to find desperately where this coat was, which was very ill-advised according to the nurses. She didn't find it, but the day before she left, she was growing increasingly annoyed and got in a bad temper with the nurses, saying that they must have moved it and not forgotten, and even accused one of them of stealing it. When she fell asleep, she awoke as usual to the sound of footsteps skipping across the floor. She opened her eyes and saw the little girl quickly dart past the door of her room, and just as she was about to close her eyes again, did she notice my coat resting gently on the chair. She was convinced that either the ghost girl had moved it and was returning it to her before her departure, or she had found where it had been lost and was giving it back. In any case, my grandmother thought it was a very nice gesture, and was happy and calm with the ghost girl for one last time. She left the next day, her health improved, and to this day she is still fine. But the question in my mind remained about these strange happenings. So about a year later, when I had some free time, I decided to look into the place where this hospital care home was. It turns out that in 1910, this was a school that operated in the area. It wasn't until the Second World War that this school was hit by a bomb. Although there were no kids here when it happened, there was a family that lived next to the school, and all of the inhabitants of that house perished. I came to find out that a family of 4, a son, a daughter, and a mother and father, had all lived there and died. I know the girl was around 10 years old and the son about 3, so it's likely in my head that the girl could have attended the school very next door to her home, and that this is where she chooses to haunt, as it must be where she spent many an hour and fun times during her brief life on this plane. Little ghost girl, thanks for getting me my coat back. I hope you have a safe and peaceful existence. I'm 24 years old and a prison guard in a federal correction facility somewhere in North America. I usually work night shifts, and in fact, I've adjusted quite well. I maintain a healthy routine and diet and exercise regularly, and routinely get 7+ hours of sleep during the day, to give you a good picture of my mental health. I also have experienced some strange phenomena in my life, but have always remained a skeptic. Anyway, one night a little while ago, I was working on the maximum security unit of our correctional facility. It was a relatively early time in the morning, and my partner had gone up to do their own thing for a while before our obligations. Seeing as this is pretty normal, I threw my feet up on the desk of the control post and began to read my book to kill some time. The way I was facing, I could see the monitors over my book. In case something happens, I can see it. Now, anyone who works down there knows that weird stuff happens regularly. Shadows moving, things moving on the cameras, strange sounds. But most of us chalk it up to the fact that generally it's late at night, 3 or 4 in the morning, and we've been up since probably 3 to 4 p.m. the previous day, and we just ignore it. This time, while I'm reading my books, I see movement on one of the cameras. I check all of the cells and everything's good. I look back, and there's movement on a different camera, and then a different one. Every time I look at one, something's happening on a different one. When I say movement, I mean I can see a figure moving, or I can see things on a table or countertop moving. After probably about 30 seconds, even though it felt like forever, everything sort of stops. I take a deep breath and tell myself it's probably just my imagination and to not worry about it. So I lean back, throw my feet back up, and go back to my book. Here's where things get really creepy. As I'm reading my book, a completely black and large figure appears outside my control post, in the exact spot a person would be if they needed to communicate with me from outside the control post. There's actually a large silver mouthpiece that we use to communicate when the control post has to be secured during the day. This figure looms there for probably no more than a second or two, and then disappears. The figure was quite large. Again, I just sort of sit back and not think anything of it, although I'll admit that my nerves were a little rattled regardless. My partner comes back down to grab his things before his obligations take him back up to the main part of the correctional facility. He sits down and we chat for a minute, and I tell him what I had just experienced. We both laughed and said it was probably nothing. In fact, he said, if there were a ghost here right now, he'd tickle my balls. We both laughed some more, and he told me, stop being a coward. I laughed some more and convinced myself that I was just abnormally tired and had been seeing things. He leaves to do his thing, and as I'm letting off the maximum security unit, one of the female inmates on our segregation range began screaming incoherently. She presses her emergency only button, and I radio my friend to come back down so that one of us can go check. He immediately comes back down and asks me what the hell's going on. I told him I had no idea, and she just started screaming at the top of her lungs as soon as he'd left. He decides that he'll go back down to check on her, to take the disable key for the alarm and proceed to her door. Being as the segregation range is right beside the control post, I stood by the door to listen to what she was screaming, and it was more or less along these lines. You've got to help me. He's trying to end me. Oh my God, please help me. Don't let him get to me. You get the picture. At this point, she's crying hysterically, banging on the door, and she actually hurt herself trying to bust the gigantic steel door open. My friend turns to me slightly pale, and we both shrug our shoulders, not really sure what's going on. He calmly explains to her that she's been locked up for days, and that the institution's been locked down since the previous evening, and that no one has gotten in, and that she was safe and that no one could hurt her. She continued to scream and cry hysterically when she said, You idiot, you don't understand, it's my husband, he's here, he's trying to end my life, please, he's right behind you. At this point, my friend is frozen in raw animal terror. I, standing by the door, can see that there is no one behind him, but a tangible presence was definitely felt by all of us on that range. He later told me he was so scared that even though he knew no one was there, he felt it and couldn't turn around. After some talking, we eventually got her to calm down. She eventually explained that every so often, when she's being bad, her husband comes and haunts her and abuses her like he used to. She says it starts with nightmares and eventually leads to his presence wherever she is. I told her we would get the psychologist and healthcare teams to see her as soon as they were in for work. She begged to see if they were in now, and I agreed to call but told her I couldn't promise anything. I phone healthcare and naturally no one picks up, so I hang up before the answering machine kicks in. She eventually goes back to sleep. My friend goes on with his business and I'm stuck alone in the control post for the next half hour. Nothing else happened while I was there, and I was thankful for that. I told my co-workers who'd finally come in for day shift what had happened, and no one could really believe me, but they could see that I was legitimately shaken up by it, and know that I'm not the kind of person who would lie or embellish a story like this in any way. I finally get relieved and head home for an unsettling sleep. Now, the next two details are going to sound made up, kind of like the cherry on top, but I assure you, they actually happened. First, my friend does some research on this particular person, and it turns out she'd previously ended her husband's life as he was violent and abusive. He was approximately 6'7" and weighed 275 pounds. The creepiest thing about this was, and perhaps I'm extrapolating, that more or less describes the scale of the black shape that I had seen outside the control post. Second, I guess right after I'd left, about the time the rest of the institution staff comes in for their shift, my co-workers got calls from healthcare who sounded a little strange. They asked if anyone had called and left a message. My co-worker told them that I'd called about an hour and a half before anyone got there, but hung up without leaving one. They said that was extremely strange, because they got a message at 5:30 when I called, and all they could hear were two people screaming. Spooky as hell. Truthfully, my eyes watered the entire time I was recounting this story and go over the details in my head. Despite being skeptical, I'm almost certain it was her deceased husband. If anyone has a similar story or even something totally unrelated, I'd love to hear it. 5 years ago, I worked as a CNA at an Eastern Tennessee nursing home. Not for me. I had a resident named Helen, who upon getting my hall assignment, was told by my hall partner that they all believed her to be possessed. Ha, right, whatever. First off, I'm not religious. Second of all, I've seen too many elderly folks acting crazy by the grace of Father Time. That's the Bible Belt for you. So I just smiled and nodded, because why be rude? Helen turned out to be one of the more difficult residents, to say the least. She was wheelchair-bound and could scoot herself up and down the hall, muttering to herself, and sometimes, without warning, she would attack someone close to her, be it a fellow resident, staff, or visitor, clawing, hitting, and kicking, until she was pulled off the bewildered person. She did have incredible strength when these attacks happened, and she would growl these deep, guttural growls the whole time. We ended up having to keep her isolated in a room alone, with her wheelchair locked to keep the other residents safe. A few months into the job, I switched to night shift on the same hall, because the shift differential was a little over $1 more on the hour. I was told by the night shift nurse that Helen was just as much a handful at night as she was during the day. One night, while I was walking down the hall to do my midnight vitals, I smelled the familiar stench of fecal matter when I stopped by Helen's room. I thought maybe evening shift left a dirty adult diaper in the trash can, as they sometimes do it if they're in a rush to get through their end-of-shift dry routine. The trash cans are right by the inside of the doors, so that the housekeepers can easily reach in and empty them. I stuck my head in the room, and by the light from the hall I could see the trash can was empty, but the stench was unmistakable and very strong. I stepped into the room and paused. I could hear Helen's raspy, low muttering. It creeped me out more than usual because on night shift, There was only one CNA per hall. I was alone. The nurse was at the nurse's station. It was dark in there, and Helen was awake. Her bathroom was to the left of her door, so I reached in and turned the light on. I was horrified at what I saw when I stepped past the bathroom and came in view of Helen's bed. She lay there on her backside facing me with her bony hand. She was wiping her own feces on the wall, but there was red mixed with the brown. After calling the nurse, the two of us discovered she hadn't just played in the bowel movement she made in her adult diaper. She had dug it out of herself, ripping the thin, delicate anal tissue in the process, wiping the poop, bloody mixture all over the wall. She never made out like she felt any of it. We had to start restraining her through the night. Another night, a new charge nurse had gotten assigned to my hall. In the mornings before day shift started, the nurse had to give all morning meds. I warned her not to interact with Helen unless I was with her. "That little bitty old thing?" she asked. "She can't be more than 85 pounds soaking wet." 87.5, I said. "And it takes 5 CNAs to bathe her." She looked at me like she didn't believe me, but agreed to let me know before she medicated her. Right before I started my end of shift charting, the nurse told me she was ready to administer Helen's meds. I nodded, stood up, and followed her into Helen's room, where she still lay restrained. I went to get a pair of gloves from the dispenser, but they were empty. I turned to the nurse and said, "I'll run to the stockroom for a box of gloves. Don't touch her until I return." I saw the nurse's eyes roll as I exited the room. Coming back from the stockroom, I heard cries of help ringing down my hall. The CNA from the adjacent hall was already running towards the sound, and I followed. The source was the ever-doubting newbie nurse who had undone the wrist straps of the sweet old lady and was now being clawed at. She had a hand full of her hair from the back of her head and was digging her fingers into her throat, which were all scratched up and starting to bleed. Helen was screaming in a guttural rasp, "We hate you." It took me, the other CNA, and another nurse to pry Helen's fingers off my nurse and restrain her again. The nurse from the other hall was cleaning my nurse's wounds while I took down the incident report. She said through sobs that after I left, Helen spoke to her in a sweet voice, told her good morning and smiled at her. She asked if she wouldn't mind helping her go to the bathroom. Helen was incontinent and hadn't used a toilet in over a year. The nurse told her that of course she would and removed the wrist restraints, when Helen suddenly pounced. She cried harder, saying her voice, even the smell of her, completely changed. I charted the nurse had deep lacerations to her throat and was missing a patch of hair. Helen had ripped it from her skull. She quit that night. There were many other instances, and I became terrified of caring for that woman. The worst happened on my last night working at the nursing home. I was about to leave. I had already clocked out, but remembered I needed to tell the day shift CNAs about a resident having an out-of-facility doctor appointment, that one of them would need to have to ride with them. I spotted them down the hall and called out to them walking in their direction. I was passing Helen's room, did a double take and stopped dead in my tracks. Day shift had already gotten Helen up and in her wheelchair. It was in locked position in the middle of her room, but she'd somehow had gotten one of her hands free from the restraint and was chewing the index finger of said hand. It was all a blur. I screamed something. I ran into the room and the day shifter nurse ran with me. It took all of us to wrestle her finger out of her mouth. She was screaming in protest and growling the whole time. Mouth of yellow and jagged teeth covered in blood and bits of flesh. Helen had chewed the meat off most of her right index finger. The doctor was called in, and he said he'd never seen anything like it, and she would need skin graft surgery. It was more than I could take. I walked out of the nursing home and never returned. I didn't give any notice either. I didn't even call. I remained traumatized by Helen and never worked as a CNA again. My mother works at a maximum security prison. There was an inmate that tried taking his own life. She walked in on him and she pulled him down and performed CPR. She ended up getting his heart to start again, but the damage was already done. The man was brain dead. This traumatized her pretty badly, and she got minor PTSD from it. It was bad enough that she needed therapy. Fast forward about a year or so after this event, stuff started happening around the house. Paper would come flying out of our printer, objects would fall over the shelves, and the TV would turn on and off at random times. These events escalated until one night my mother woke up with her arm in pain. She looks over and her husband is laying on her arm. "Hey, wake up," she says. "You're on my arm." My stepfather nudges her arm some more. "What the hell? Get off my arm." Now mind you, my mother had surgery on her arm in the past, and it's incredibly painful even to this day, so she's in a lot of pain. She tries to push him off until she finally says, "Get off my arm, you're hurting me." At this point, my stepfather opens his eyes, turns over that all of his weight is pinning my mum's arm down, except it wasn't my stepfather. This man had a tomato red face, black eyes, and a toothy smile that stretched to either end of his face to ear. Good. My mum proceeded to flip out and start crying. "Stop, get off my arm." My mother eventually pries her arm out from under the intruder and runs downstairs. She wakes the kids up and takes them into the living room to prepare to call 911. My stepfather comes down to the living room, except he is himself. He's wondering what the hell is going on, and my mother is screaming to get away from the kids and get out the house. It was pretty intense. Eventually, my mum saw that it was actually my stepdad and calmed down. It was about this point she decided that it was probably time they get outside help. So they called my step-grandfather. My step-grandfather's wife has a brother that is a retired priest who currently lives somewhere in Mexico. By calling my step-grandpa, they got his contact info and invited him up to the States as a sort of consultant. He ended up flying up and listening to our story. He said that he's heard of paranormal things happening to people in his line of work, but never to the extent of what was happening to us. He gave us some contact information for a female pastor that travels around and deals with this kind of stuff. He described her to us as someone who was especially sensitive to paranormal phenomena. He told us to just call her, tell her that he referred her to us and to invite her over. Nothing more. He was specific about not telling her anything about what was happening, and that as soon as she steps foot in the house, she'll immediately start to spout off stuff about your house's history and people who have passed there. So we give her a call. My mother followed the priest's instructions, and as they were saying their goodbyes, the pastor starts yelling, "Stop! Someone is trying to talk to you." She is extremely angry. She wants me to tell you that you moved it, and she wants you to put it back where it was right now. And then she hung up. So it just happened that when my family was having a garage sale at one time, we moved some of the more useless stuff we had in the house to the basement. Now, one of these things were these dolls. These weren't just any dolls. They were vintage dolls from when my great-grandmother was a girl. Before she passed away, she was extremely adamant about my mother inheriting them. She was definitely the type of person to get angry over something like moving her possessions somewhere. As soon as the pastor hung up, she knew exactly what the pastor was talking about and moved the dolls. Now the thing with the pastor didn't quite work out. On the day that she was supposed to visit, she forgot our address and phone number and looked on her phone to contact us, except all of our contact information was erased. We ended up calling her later that day. We gave her our number and address again, and she said that she was still more than willing to come over. At this point, she got into her car and it wouldn't start. She called a towing company to try and get it to the shop so it could be fixed. Except the tow truck got into an accident on the way over to her house. Suffice to say, there were, or coincidentally, maybe not, a lot of strings of bad luck, so she was never able to come. So since that didn't work out, we went to a different source for help. We called a local paranormal investigation company. It was an interesting experience to say the least. They came over and spent the night, split up into groups and investigated different parts of the house. They had cameras and recorders that supposedly pick up on super low frequencies, and one of the things they caught was a demonic-looking face floating somewhere in our great room, as well as several orbs, and a bunch of stuff on the voice recorders. They interviewed, or so they say, 4 different entities. They identified a young girl, an old teenager, and a woman by the name of Lorelei, and a man called Frank. Now this caught my mother's attention, because it just so happened that the man that my mother resuscitated was called Frank. Upon more investigation, the man said that he liked my mother and hated that stepfather of mine. That was about all that happened. For a while, the paranormal investigators became kind of famous within their community because they gathered a lot of evidence. So around this time is when I took some leave from the Navy and came back home. It was very quiet while I was there except for one night. I was sitting in the living room reading when I felt someone was watching me. It got so bad, I actually went outside with a flashlight and started looking through bushes because I was convinced that someone was stalking me. It ended up being nothing, but the feeling didn't go away for a few more hours. Fast forward some months, my uncle's childhood best friend that we hadn't spoken to in many years stopped by for a barbecue. He had a new girlfriend. As soon as my family's friend and his girlfriend stepped through the door, the woman stopped abruptly and asked, "How many do you have?" My mother said, 5 children, 4 are from me and the other is a stepdaughter. "No, that's not what I meant." My mum said uncertainly, "We have 4 ghosts. A little girl, a teenager, a woman and a man." "No, you have at least 2 men, because I have 2 brutes that are currently screaming in my face and telling me to get out." My mother and her had a very long conversation. Now, I would take what I'm about to tell you with a grain of salt. As soon as my mother told me this, I said, "No way," and called ball. But maybe I'm wrong. The woman told my mother that she's always had the ability to see ghosts, among other things. She used to shatter light bulbs above her mother's head when she was little. One day her teacher was being mean to her. The next thing you know, she's being lifted in midair and pinned against a wall by some invisible force. So, yeah, I'm not too sure about some of the stuff she said. But the whole sensitivity thing was pretty consistent with our experiences. Something else that she'd told us was the whole land around us was very haunted. She said the neighbors across from us have nothing less than an infestation and that she's never seen anything like it. When she left, all the paranormal events stopped. It's been quiet ever since. She later contacted my mother and mentioned that 2 of the men that were shouting at her left with her because they found out that she could see and hear them. They started messing with her by hiding her stuff under her bed and knocking stuff over. She told us that she could get rid of them though, so not to worry. And since then it's been quiet. No problems except for this one time my mother was all alone in the room when the spring door stopper started rapidly vibrating to side. Not the, "oh, there must be a truck" that just shook the house. This was like someone pulled this thing from its full range and let go and was playing with it. My mother remembered the little ghost girl that was in the house and said, "I know you're there, honey. It's okay if you want to play a little. You can stay here as long as you're not mean." And that was that. This happened in the mid-afternoon of Saturday, December 22nd, 2007. I know this because I wrote a live journal post about it and looked up the date as I posted it. First, a little background. At the time, I was 42 years old. I'm basically a fat, bald white guy. I was visiting my mother in my hometown in west central Alabama. Very rural, quite small, with about 1,800 people in total. That neighborhood was typical for a small, dying southern town. A bunch of older retired people whose children have since all moved away. My mother had just turned 70 at the time, and that was about a median age of the people in the neighborhood. Her house was on a corner by itself, and behind that was a small forest and then a cow pasture. So her lot was the back edge of the neighborhood. The block across the street from her held about 7 homes, 2 of which faced her house. The yards are big. My mother's was about an acre, and the homes were built in the 60s, and everything is a bit more sprawly than suburban subdivisions. It was 3 days before Christmas, and we were getting ready to go to Tuscaloosa, the closest big city, to attend a family Christmas party thrown by some cousins on my father's side. They'd invited me and my mother, and we were bringing my uncle on my father's side with us. Even though it was late December, this was Alabama, so it wasn't frigid outside by any stretch of the imagination. It was chilly, 40s to 50s, but not cold, at least not to me. I was wearing a thin, grey hoodie. My mother had gone to her parents' house to make sure that they were okay, and I was outside at her house getting my car ready to accommodate 3 people, gifts, and food. I noticed 2 teenage boys in hoodies similar to my own, walking slowly down the street. They didn't even register the first time, just people moving on the street. When they came by the second time, I glanced up to see who they were. It's a tiny town, and everyone knows everyone, but I didn't recognize them. Well, it was Christmas. I just assumed one of the neighbors had family over too. I think I even waved as they approached the second time. Then I locked the car and went inside to take a shower and get ready for the party. I'll note that they were still in front of my mother's house when I went inside. 20 minutes later, I'm dressed and ready, and find my mother watching out the window. The police car, the small town is small enough that it only has 1 officer on duty on weekends, lights flashing, is parked at the house 1 block up from my mother's. Seems that while I was in the shower, the 2 boys had walked past our house, turned the corner to the right, and walked past the across the street neighbor's house to the next house up, where Mr. B, a guy in his mid-70s, was also out in his yard. The 2 boys had approached him and struck up a conversation. Then they pulled out guns, robbed him in his own yard in broad daylight, and fled. Their first trip around the block was to choose a victim, apparently, and the second was to rob them. I got chills at just thinking that if I hadn't gone inside at the right time, I might have been one of the ones robbed. And I had no cash on me. What might they have done if their chosen victim didn't have what they wanted? What if my mother had come back home at just the wrong time? Because we're a small town, we heard through the grapevine that Mr. B and the cops already suspected who the boys were. There was a dog-fighting ring that was discovered right in the same neighborhood up the next block up. The boys were connected to that group. An unrelated meth house turned up 1 more block up from that, right across the street from the city elementary school. The town used to be idyllic and safe, but the wrong element made that no longer true. My mother left that town 2 years later, after living there for 50 years, and now lives in a much safer neighborhood in a much larger town closer to where I live. Boys who brazenly robbed an old man at gunpoint in his own front yard 3 days before Christmas? Let's never meet again. 10 years ago, I started working as a CNA in a care home for the elderly. There was a guy who I really got along with, Brian. He was easily my favorite guy to hang around with, and being the only dudes here, we quickly struck up a very strong friendship. He was a great guy, caring, compassionate, and looked after all his patients. He told me a lot of stories about this place, as he had joined straight out of his teens and absolutely loved working here. Stories of spectral figures haunting the hallways, of nights where the cameras would flicker and turn off of their own accord, only to find a patient dead in the morning. Spooky stuff, you know? But there was one story that always got to me. The omen of death. Allegedly, some nights, only nights mind you, would you see a big black dog. I had recently finished watching the Harry Potter movies, and it reminded me a lot of the omen given to Harry of the black dog. I asked if he had just taken this from the book, but he swore up and down that this was true, that even other members of the team had seen this before, and this care home was by no means new, and it was very likely that it had been around a while, and other members of the staff would have seen it. In any case, the story goes a little bit like this, that when someone is about to die, the black dog will appear and stand near their room, sometimes in their room, sometimes outside their room, but near their room the black dog will be. When someone sees it, it is as quick to disappear as you saw it, and that the very next day, death is guaranteed. Quite spooky to say the least. We joked around with it, but I am 100% not into the paranormal, or at least wasn't, and didn't give this any creed. As you can expect with any care home, people come and go relatively quickly. We have some residents that stick around a while and are great fun, and it's always very sad when they leave for the last time. One evening, after I'd been working there about 2 years, I hadn't thought of the black dog in a long time. It had popped up in conversations here and there, but I just brushed it away and ignored it. I was visiting Cecil, one of our older residents, who had actually been there longer than I had. She was a lovely soul. I just did my routine check, made sure she was all good in bed, and carried on for the night. When I realized I didn't have my phone in my pocket, and thought, oh crap, if I'd left it in Cecil's room and it vibrates, it's gonna wake her up. So I started making my way back, looked around outside, and peered into the room through the glass. It was right there, on the chair. I quietly opened the door, hoping not to disturb her, and went around and picked up my phone, quickly put it on mute, and started making my way out. The door opens inwards, and just as I opened the door, did I see a black dog. It was right there, in the doorway. It growled at me, and just as quickly as I had seen it did it vanish. I just about pooped my pants, and in my fear, I let go of the door, which shut with a bang. I turn around, assuming that Cecil would wake up at this, and deeply needing to apologize, but she didn't stir. Remembering the tale that Brian had told me previously, I just thought I'd check on Cecil to be safe. I approached her bed and listened intently, just to see if she was breathing, but I didn't hear anything. I then established rather quickly that Cecil had expired some moments ago, no doubt. Cecil had just been talking to me, all fine, very shortly ago, so I was quite shocked that she had gone in such an unexpected manner. But that was it. She was out. I saw the black dog only one more time before I quit working there. Another time, I was working the night shift again, and I was just finishing up my rounds. It was approaching 4 a.m. now, and I was very keen to go home. I'm just prepping all the necessary paperwork for the handover for the day shift team. And I'm just doing a final sweep, just to make sure everyone is still in their bed, when the black dog is again outside a room. This time it doesn't growl, it doesn't move, it just gives a little nod of its head in acknowledgement and vanishes into the air. My gut drops, and I know that this person has met their end. I quietly open the room, hoping that my eyes were just deceiving me. And when I look, the person is definitely gone. Their skin is ice cold. They must have been dead a while, I think. Possibly many hours. With a great sigh, I realize that the dog story is true. And the next day, when I have a conversation with Brian, I admit to him that now I had seen the dog twice. He gives a hearty laugh and tells me that it was true. He gives a hearty laugh and says of course it's true. And he makes a joke, saying that he hopes he doesn't see it outside my house door anytime soon. We laugh, and in a few months' time, I quit, for reasons unrelated to the paranormal, mostly poor staff management. I'll miss Brian though. In any case, it's definitely made me a believer, but I truly hope not to see that black dog anytime again soon. This happened to me in Thailand a few years ago. I've always been a backpacker and have never really ran into trouble throughout my travels. I've also since been back to Thailand and see this as an isolated experience, so it didn't prevent me from continuing to travel. In fact, I'm on a flight to Bali right now. I'm writing this on my iPad. Thailand is a backpacker haven, seeing millions of travelers every year, especially solo backpackers. They come for the culture, good food, and of course, amazing beaches. However, as much of a paradise as it is, you have to keep your wits about you, as it does have a seedy underbelly. The great thing about traveling solo is that you end up meeting a lot of other travelers, especially in hostels. This experience started in a hostel on the island of Koh Lanta. I had met this Australian dude, and he was keen on getting the party started. I also felt in the mood, and together, we started rallying together at the other hostels for a pretty crazy pre-drinking session, complete with creating our own buckets full of Thai whiskey and some off-brand Red Bull called M150. Word on the street, this energy drink has traces of speed in it. It goes without saying that we were all pretty drunk within an hour or so. The Australian guy kept going on about a place called the Monkey Bar, and that he had seen signs about it advertising a party beach. When we ran out of drinks, we didn't really know where to go, and the Aussie guy kept insisting that we go to Monkey Bar. With all of us being wasted, we decided, why not? We went outside the hostel and hailed a pickup truck, capable of carrying the 10 of us. When we informed the driver that we wanted to go to the Monkey Bar, he gave us a weird look and kept saying, No. All of us, being intoxicated, insisted he takes us there. He finally agreed. This was the first feeling I got that something seemed off, but no one else was bothered, so I went along with it. When we arrived to the dark alley between some bush about 50 meters from the beach, I didn't hear any music. This is when I got the second off feeling that something wasn't right. The others started making their way up towards the beach to the bar as I followed along. I noticed the driver had parked and followed us up the beach bar. Odd. He was working, so why didn't he drop us off and leave us to continue driving others around the island? As I had suspected when I got to the bar, there was no beach party. Just a handful of people sitting around drinking in a dimly lit environment. Again, I got a weird feeling and immediately wanted to leave. I told the others there wasn't a beach party and that we should go somewhere else. But since a lot of the others weren't really moving, no one listened to my pleas. Suddenly, a shirtless thigh guy wearing a bandana bursts into the center of our group, effectively hitting my shoulder in the process, obviously on purpose. He then starts pushing around some of the guys in our group, and even throwing light kicks at them. The guys in our group, being super drunk, start pushing him back. The bad feelings I had started to get worse. If there's one thing I've learned from my travels, it's never mess with the locals. As this was going down, things get a little bit more heated. I decided to start to be very insistent, telling everyone in the group we should leave, since there was no party, and this guy was sketchy. Not to mention our driver was still there. Finally, everyone agreed, and we started walking down the dark alley between the bushes to get to the pickup truck. As I looked over my shoulder, I noticed the Thai guy was following us. At this point, my survival instinct is kicking in hard, and I'm walking faster towards the pickup truck. As we all start loading in, the Thai guy pulls out a gun and begins screaming at us in Thai. None of us have any idea of what he's saying, as he's waving the gun at us and flipping out. We all immediately get down in the back of the pickup, except some of the drunk guys we were with who hadn't made it yet. He was pointing the gun point blank at one of the guys who was fighting back to him earlier. We screamed at him to get in and for the driver to start driving. He did, and thankfully we made it out of there without the Thai guy firing his gun. As we're driving back to the hostel, the whole party mood had been ruined, with a couple of the girls crying the way back. I noticed the Aussie dude wasn't with us at all. Some said to turn back to get him, but the majority wanted to get back to the hostel, so we did. When I got back to the hostel, I met some other travelers who didn't come with us and told them the whole story. They had some flowers of the green variety, in which we partook to help me forget what had happened, and it did cause an hour later. One of the guys who was now with me in the pickup truck said, "That was so crazy, wasn't it?" And my response was, "What was?" That seemed to be how it goes with backpacking. Crazy stuff happens, but you tend to move on very quickly. After another hour passed, I was in a daze from more green, and I saw the Aussie guy walk in the hostel. Immediately I was like, "Dude, where the hell have you been?" Apparently he went straight to the bar to drink, and was talking to some guy there. He was so drunk, he didn't even know the whole thing happened, and wondered why we'd all left so early. I filled him in, but he was too drunk to really get how serious it was, or that he had led us to some sketchy bar to potentially get robbed or worse. I hope me and no other traveler ever meets that crazy guy again. It was Friday night. My weekend had just begun. I was on Xbox Live and playing Overwatch and eating now cold pizza, like lots of my friends were. I was kicking considerable ass more than I usually would at this game, and was on fire. For non-Overwatch players, that basically means you're doing really good. At around 2 AM, I decided to step up my game and go into competitive mode. I got into a match at King's Row, and I was playing Pharaoh on defense. I got a 15-player kill streak, but noticed 5 of these kills were on the same guy, a Bastion. I remember his username. The match goes on for another minute, and then I get an invite to a party. The gamer tag was the same as the Bastion I had killed for the 6th time. I wasn't in a party, since all my friends had called it a night, except for me at that point. I decide that whatever he wanted to say could be interesting, so I added him. Now I usually expect some kids a few years younger than me to be talking slang, but to my surprise it was a grown man on the other end. More to my surprise, he sounded in his 30s rather than close to my age, and he had a thick Spanish accent. Immediately this guy starts cussing me out. I can't lie when I say I half expected this to happen when I got a party invite. Now I have the mentality that when you're a jerk to me, I'll return the favor, and replied with the classic, "Oh, you mad, bro?" The guy doesn't acknowledge what I say. Instead, he starts raging on me and saying how he's going to do terrible things to my entire family. Some of the things he said sort of shocked me, but I was just like, "Bro, take a chill pill." "No, I don't want," and then he stopped. I noticed why. ADVA on our team had just killed his Bastion hero again. Now this is where things get scary. It sounded as if he turned into a rabid animal that was trying to suffocate itself in the mic, screaming, howling and spitting. It's difficult to describe exactly what sound he was making. Inhumane noises were coming from the other end of the mic, as if he were being gutted and possessed by a demon at the same time. It was a grown man, which made the entire thing scary compared to laughing my butt off when a 12-year-old loses it. The match ended, the enemy team didn't even get payload moving, and the man loses his mind. I decided to be an arse again, and not take this guy's crap. Look, it's not my fault you're not good at the game. You're just being treated like a child. Grow up, man. The Spanish guy didn't like this. He screamed down the microphone for 20 seconds. It started getting all crackly. He then removed me from the party. And since the match was over, I called it a night. My overall reaction to what went down was, well, that was something. I logged out, turned off my Xbox and went to bed. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I realized how much of a dumbass I was for not recording it for my friends. They would have lost it when they heard it. Then I fell asleep. Saturday went by with nothing, and I thought that was that with the angry Spaniard. The next day I logged into my Xbox to play more Overwatch, and noticed I had a message from the guy. "Good morning." "Good morning, Johnny. I know you have to go to the movie theater down in Ashford tomorrow." "What the hell?" I said out loud. I decided to pull out my phone and take a picture of the TV screen. I then texted my boss about it and told her that some guy on Xbox somehow found out where I worked. Now my boss is a mean old lady, so she naturally didn't care about what happened on Xbox, even though it concerned my work. She just blew it off and told me I still had to come into work the next day. Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom and The Incredibles 2 were both hot then, and it was going to be busy. I ended up coming in next day at 5:30. It was pretty boring and busy like I predicted. Up until around 8, when a super short guy came in through the door. It was loud and crowded, but the guy hollered my full name, some thick Spanish accent, the same one from Xbox. It was him. I still to this day don't know where he got my info from or why he decided to come all the way out to where I worked. The theater fell silent. I just walked to the back room where my boss was and told her that the guy from Xbox was inside. She repeated, "I don't care what happens to you on Xbox, get to work, we're busy." I repeated to her that the guy was inside the building, I didn't know if he wanted to hurt me or not, and that I was going to call the cops. I called them, and it wasn't until they arrived and spoke to me privately in the back room that my boss ended up taking me seriously. The Spanish guy was still inside the lobby, and the cops put him in cuffs and walked him out. This is according to my boss, as I was in the back room and couldn't witness it. I still haven't heard anything from them, and I still don't know how he found my information or why he came all the way to where I worked, and I still don't know what he planned to do to me. Either way, I'm still a bit shaken up over it. I don't know if he knows my home address or not, and I'm pretty much on guard 24/7. Either way, I own 2 dogs that can scare anyone off, but I'm still pretty terrified of this guy. I contacted my police department a little later and heard they had taken the guy on Monday, so I have the satisfaction knowing that he didn't get away. They're still being stingy on the info and won't even tell me his name because of all the security garbage. I'm waiting for a full report on this guy. They promised they would give me one soon. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but I'm just gonna try and not focus on that guy for now. So insane, pissed off guy from Xbox Live that stalks teenagers and visits them, I hope I never have to meet you again. I worked night shift at a county jail for a little over 2 years, and we've had some pretty strange things happen while I've been working there. A lot of the staff and inmates believed the jail was straight haunted or had a presence. The stories were pretty interesting, and sometimes I'd see weird or hear a weird noise. A lot of noises I would often write off as just an inmate yelling or doing something silly. It is a jail after all. There are a couple of moments I've had a hard time explaining. One night after we locked all the inmates down, me and another officer went and chilled in the tower. This is where all the video monitors are located. Outside the tower is a slim hallway that circles the tower, the pod where the inmates stay. Doors are secured, and the only way to get through these doors is by someone opening the door in the tower. Anyway, my buddy and I were chilling in the tower just talking about random stuff. If someone isn't brought in at night, the hours are pretty slow. Something slams against the tower door. Both of us nearly jump out our seats. The thud shook the walls of the tower. The first thing we think is that it's an inmate and that they somehow escaped their cell and got through their pod door. Our only other co-worker was still sitting in the booking area. We could see it with the camera, and the only plausible thought was that. We both jumped out, pulled our tasers out, and opened the tower door, to be met with nothing. All pod and cell doors were secured. We both walked back to the tower and started at each other. It was way too loud and forceful to be an inmate kicking their cell door. We talked about it several times and tried to think of ways to debunk it, and we couldn't. At the time, we were both scared out of our minds. I've also had a few other experiences. A lot of them revolved around seeing black shadows on the cameras. I remember me and 2 other co-workers were in the tower at night, and I saw a shadow on the wall of the rec room. I pointed it out, and we watched it glide across the wall, then stop, move back over, move up a little bit. Then it went up, and disappeared out of the view of the camera. It was about 1 a.m, so it obviously wasn't an inmate or anyone in there. One of my co-workers who refused to believe in the paranormal wrote it off as a bug on the camera lens, but I don't think that's the case. Another time we walked into the booking area, and the chair was rocking back and forth like someone had just recently used it. This next story deals more with a crazy individual, but it's still odd. Me and another officer were in the booking area. An inmate in a cell was asking if she could have some of her stuff back, as another officer took her things because she kept kicking the door and threw her stuff everywhere. She had been complaining the whole week, and we informed her that she could have some of her stuff back. She seemed so thankful when we handed it back over. We go back to what we were doing before, and 15 minutes later, she starts screaming and cussing. We tell her to knock it off, and she screams at us to shut up. I open the window to her cell and she's staring at me and starts accusing me of cursing her Bible. I tell her that I haven't touched it and she calls me a liar. We open up her cell and she opens up the Bible and tells me that all the words are backwards. The text in the Bible was completely normal, but she had drawn some pretty weird figures in the Bible itself. I take it and tell her that she's had enough of the Bible, since that's what sparked her last episode. I look over in her cell and she had drawn a ginormous demon head in her cell room. I yell at her for damaging property and she starts mumbling some gibberish. My co-worker and I have had enough by this point, but she sprints out of her cell, so we go after and catch up to her. Within a yard, I tell her to go back to her cell. She starts saying more gibberish quickly and it's getting uncomfortable. My co-worker pulls out his taser and threatens if she doesn't listen, that she will be tased. She starts screaming at us to do it. Now usually this is pretty easy, but we're both shocked because she's usually pretty level-headed and listens to my co-worker, so we hesitated and repeated the warning again. She continued to yell and scream random things, so my co-worker lit her up and we finally got her into her cell and took her things away. Her camera showed her standing in the corner of her cell right where she drew the demon head. We changed the screen to a few different cameras to look at the other cells for a bit, and about 15 minutes later I motioned to my partner to change it back to her camera. Her cell came onto our screen and she was still standing in the corner. Only she turned her head, stared directly at the camera and yelled, "I love you guys," and laughed uncontrollably. This is the part that disturbed me the most. Inmates can't tell when we changed cameras on our screens. My partner and I immediately look at each other with an oh shit type of look. She timed it so perfectly as soon as we checked out her cell. I've been pissed at inmates before but never creeped out like she made me. How she was acting, she could have just been having an episode. People coming off drugs usually act strange or violent. I would have just written it off as that, as I try to make sense of it, but I can't explain how she followed up with that little act. The next night, though, she claimed she had no memory of such an event, so who knows what it could have been. I have a number of stories about my time in the armed forces. This one is from basic training, Fort Benning. Just got back a few months ago. We had this one private who was getting medically discharged due to some physical defect, despite being ripped out of his mind. This little dude was on his way out, but if anyone here has ever gotten discharged from basic, you know it's a long process. So one night, we got messed up pretty hard by a drill sergeant, who will hereby be referred to as DS. So DS was a master mind messer, and that's exactly what he did to us that night. He finally called it a night and let us go to sleep. Well, Private Crazy is still all pissed. I mean, he's leaving, why does he have to get so messed up? So he's pissed and walks around after lights out. So one of the privates in the bunk next to him, a private well known to be an unapologetic ass, tells him to shut the hell up. So Private Crazy kicks this other guy's bed, and that guy responds with, "Wow, you're a hard ass." And after that, Private Crazy says he doesn't remember a thing. Private Crazy starts walking around the kill zone. He goes over to the workout area and starts lifting. People ignore it, whatever, he's just blowing off steam. Then he does a tribal war dance. He was of Islander descent, and now people are telling him to be quiet. Then, barefooted, he walks back into the kill zone and up to one of the pillars. He starts kicking the pillar until his foot is bleeding. Now people are just like, "What are you doing?" After he's done proving the point he had with the pillar, he sits down in the center of the room with 50 men. He just sits down, and guess whose bunk he's staring at? Private Arse. Private Crazy starts saying in a high pitch and unnatural tone the private's last name, and says, 8 minutes. Everyone starts panicking. Private Crazy get up, suddenly cuts himself on some rope that we keep in the bay for a wider range of reasons, goes back to the other private's bed and starts staring at him until he's shouting in unnatural voices. Out of nowhere, Private Crazy jumped out the window. A bunch of guys stopped him and started dragging him to DS's office. He comes out and asks what the hell is going on. Well, the only answer is that Private Crazy threw his entire jar of marbles off a bridge. He calls the military police, and it takes 6 men, all whom are bigger than Private Crazy, to take him downstairs. Once they're down, he got loose, but luckily Private Biceps, one of the biggest guys in the platoon, came down to tackle him. The entire time he's yelling the original guy's name. So when the military police show up and slap the cuffs on, he blinks and bam, back to normal. He had no idea what happened. Mind you, that's only the first story. This story messed me up. It didn't happen in my platoon's bay, and I don't remember which platoon it did happen to, but the only thing I remember from this story is that the only 2 witnesses to it were literally frozen with fear, so much so they couldn't move or speak. 2 guys were laying in a bed on the top bunks, and neither could fall asleep. Fireguard was sitting at the desk talking and laughing. Their DS must not have been on the CQ that night, so they were looking around the bay when they both saw it. How they both described it was that it was almost amorphous. This thing, except with a weird arm, with claws, but looked like some sort of shadow death creature. It didn't look solid, but they could also tell it wasn't entirely incorporeal. They watched it as it slowly pulled itself onto the lockers across the room with its single long arm, inch forward onto the lockers, and then let itself fall to the ground, and then repeat this on the next locker and the next, but it was silent as it did so. These 2 privates were damn near crapping themselves, and eventually it just disappeared. In a comedic note, another platoon, who was seeing this too, asked their DS what the deal was. His response was, "Well, I guess it's haunted." Finally, this is a Fireguard story. 2 of my buddies are on Fireguard, and they're making their rounds. Well, this one guy literally took a half hour in the bathroom. After the guy in the bathroom finishes up, he steps out of the stall and he sees his partner for the shift. He freezes, and I mean it's kind of awkward since he's just done doing what he's doing, so he assumed he heard when things got weird. So slowly, with shame, he says the guy's name to no response. The first guy asks the second what he's doing in there. Well, I guess that shook him, so he comes and says, "Oh, I saw something in the kill zone, so I came here to wait for you." He's freaked out and asks him to explain. So he says, "Well, I was watching the door, but when I looked in the kill zone, I saw these kids playing there." So they checked and it was clear, but from that point they didn't make rounds around the kill zone. They just stayed at the desk. But as they were walking back to the front, the first private looks out the window to one of the balconies outside where the chairs and such were for when the DSs need a break. He looked out and thought he saw someone sitting in a chair. He walked over to the window to make sure it was a DS, but then realized there was no one there. I am a correctional officer at an old Supermax prison in southern Arkansas. For context, I'm about 6 foot and 200 pounds. I work in the oldest part of the prison, in isolation, which houses our more difficult inmates. Most prisons, to my knowledge, have one. Per policy, the inmates are to spend about 23 hours a day and 29 days at a time in a tightly confined cell, where the only time they can come out is to go into a more spacious cell, outside and behind the isolation unit. Still fully restrained in waist chains and leg irons. I work the night shift, so most of the time those assigned are sleeping, and I just have to check on them every 30 minutes or so. Every cell has a camera located above, so we can see what every inmate is doing at all times. Now, I had heard the rumors circulating around the prison about it having been haunted, but I'm not one to believe these type of things, as I'm agnostic and don't particularly care for the sort. I was working nights in isolation, as I had mentioned before, as I'd been working this post for quite some time and could pretty well handle myself. I was making my rounds amongst the cells and tiers to check on the inmates in my custody. Right before lights went out, an inmate had told me he thought he had seen a face looking into his window and asked who was allowed to be running around at this time of night unshackled, as it wasn't fair. I told him no one was out of their cells, as I had just done my rounds and made sure of it. He then said, "No, I swear I saw someone. Some dude was walking around out there and looked into my cell." I was thinking he made it up. I proceeded to wave him off and ordered him to return to bed, or he would be written up. He then said, "Man, screw you, I know what I saw," but did as I asked. I thought that was weird, but went on my rounds as normal. At the time, we only had about 3 vacant cells to which the doors were slightly ajar, in case someone had started a fight or threatened an officer during the night. It was about midnight and I was getting ready to count the inmates assigned to me, which is something we often do to account for all of the inmates we have on the compound. While doing this, I was passing the empty cells, and I noticed that there was a blanket that looked like it had someone under it. I opened the cell door wider to see inside, and sure enough, there was someone under the blanket. I saw a pair of feet, and the blanket was laid over the top of the body like someone was sleeping. I thought about what the inmates had said, and about how I guessed the inmate was right. Someone was walking around freely in isolation, which is a big no-no. I retrieved my notepad and wrote down the details of what I was seeing, like the time and which cell it was. I then proceeded to radio for Master Control to send me a supervisor to provide me with some backup, in case whoever was in the cell became combative, as I was the only one in the area. As I looked up from my notepad after taking my notes, I realized there was no one there. The bed was now empty. I looked around and didn't see anyone either. There was no way in hell anyone had gotten up without me hearing it, or gotten past me without me seeing it. I looked around and couldn't find anyone out their cells. About 5 minutes later, my supervisor showed up and asked me what the hell was going on. I explained the situation, and we looked around and checked all the cells to make sure they were secure and still occupied, which was the case. We decided to review the cameras to see if someone really did come out, or was even in there in the first place, but what we saw shocked me to the core. Upon watching the cameras, we saw me doing my rounds as normal, checking all the doors that were occupied and counting the inmates. Then we watched me come up to the empty cells, open the door wider and look inside, step out and write down everything and then radio Master Control. You could see inside the cell, you could see the body under the blanket with the feet hanging out of them. But when I looked down at my notepad, I watched the blanket on the camera relax over the frame. My supervisor and myself looked at each other and then back at the camera. He then explained to me that years prior, an inmate had taken his life in that same cell by tying one side of the sheet around his neck and the other around his side of the bed, around his feet, and that he believed it was the inmate still haunting the isolation corridor. Needless to say, I never worked that post again, and still haven't to this day. This happened when I was young. My best friend and I were both obsessed with Pokemon Gold and Silver. We would spend our weekends at each other's houses battling and trading all day until we were called home or got mad at each other after a particularly rage-filled battle. Our neighborhood was pretty small, and the two streets connecting our houses created an L shape, with her house at the top corner of the L and mine at the bottom right. Her street led downhill to my street, and my street was flat. This will come back to play later. It was a mobile park home, and at the time it was safe for kids to walk through the neighborhood alone. But since then, it's gotten bad. This particular afternoon, I was walking back to my house with my pink Game Boy Color and link cable in hand, probably really stoked to get back home and continue playing. I didn't even notice a man crossing the street and walking quickly in my direction. Thinking back, this guy was probably in his late/early 20s. And at the time, though being a little girl who was small for her age, I remember thinking that he was a grown adult and that maybe my dad's age, and I was raised to always respect people older than me, so I stopped to smile at him. He smiled really sweetly at me, and when he was standing in front of me, he said, "I really like your headband. You look like that girl from that movie." Now, for reference, when I was in elementary school, I looked like the splitting image of Matilda, but with glasses. I always wore these 90s headbands and bangs. I secretly loved being compared to her because I really liked that movie. "Thanks, Matilda's one of my favorite movies," I said, and started to take a step again, but the guy shifted his weight, moving in my direction. "Oh, you have a Game Boy. What are you playing?" "Pokemon Silver," I said to him. His face lit up and he stepped closer. "Oh, how many gym badges do you have?" "I know a secret to how to get them all, and the hidden ones." For some reason I felt inferior all of a sudden, because I had just made it to the Kanto region, which is the second half of the game, and having all of the badges sounded really cool. And hidden ones? This guy sounded amazing. It makes me sick thinking how naive I was. But I didn't say anything, and he said, "I could show you." I remember looking up at him, and he was staring hard into my eyes, the most intense stare I'd ever seen. "Okay," I said almost immediately. "Oh, but..." He looked down at his watch and sighed. "I can't right now, I have to go. But would you be able to come back here at 10:30? I can show you how to do it then. Can you sneak out?" That's when the alarm bells in my head started to ring. Come out after dark? Sneak out? I don't even know this guy's name. Stranger danger flashed behind my eyes, and he must have seen it because he said, "It's okay. I'm a friend. My friend will be there too. He's your age. I'm going to show him how to get the badges too. Maybe you two can battle." I remember saying okay to him, but my mind was racing. I was raised to be polite and didn't know how to say no and just walk the hell away. I did know that there was no way I was going to meet this guy after dark. He grinned and started saying bye, with his hands in his pockets. He backed away. "Okay, cool. We'll meet right here at 10:30. Bye." He turned around and walked across the street again and up the hill. I continued walking down the street until I turned onto mine, glancing back. The guy was watching me, and was back on the side of the street where we were on before. I walked quickly down my street, and when I was almost home, I looked back again. Sure enough, the guy was on my street, though he was in a neighbor's yard, silently standing behind a big lilac bush they had. I was terrified at this point. He was following me, trying to see which house is mine. What do I do? I kept walking until I just randomly booked it through a neighbor's yard, and I ran uphill through yards until I made it all the way across back to my friend's backyard. I wasn't gonna try and go back in, but I was afraid to lead the creep to my friend. Her parents weren't home, so what could we do? I didn't see him, but I did hear what sounded like someone running on grass. It may not have been him, but I ran downhill again, making a beeline to my house. I never looked back, and I ran inside and slammed the door. I don't remember what I told my parents, but I remember that I was scared and would get in trouble for talking to strangers, so I made up some lie about why I was running and went into my room. I didn't sleep that night. I was terrified he would show up at my window and break in. After that, I think my parents either knew something was wrong, or maybe there were other kids in the area being talked to by him, because I never walked to the friend's house alone after that. My mum either walked me, or my friend and I met at the middle point of our streets and walked each other back to the middle. I don't know if the guy was just trying to find a way to steal my Game Boy, or if he was planning on something else, but I'm glad we never met again. When Pokemon Go first came out, I couldn't keep up with my then girlfriend, now wife, at all. I'd spend hours walking around town, and somehow she'd always manage to out-level me. So the only way I figured I'd get ahead would be to sacrifice my precious sleep and traverse and rough the tumbled streets of downtown Salt Lake City until the wee hours of the morning. And with that, my journey to become a true Pokemon master began. I started staying out until 1 or 2 in the morning 5 nights a week, since my work didn't start till around 10, and I felt I had enough time to recoup. And it worked great. Not only did I get ahead of her, but I developed a massive lead, made some friends, and even dropped about 12 pounds as well. Was working great, mostly. For anyone who doesn't know Salt Lake City, it has a pretty big problem with homeless people. A good number of them strung out on drugs or violently mentally ill. This isn't stereotyping, it's just a pretty well documented fact, both statistically and from my own experience. It's gotten somewhat better since the state stepped in to clean up downtown, but at the same time, they were filtering up into the nicer areas of the city at night and setting up camp or accosting people playing alone. As a result, I brought several knives which I would carry on me, one in my bag and one where most people hold a wallet, one in my pocket and yet another on my belt loop. I know it might have been overkill, but I wanted to be prepared for any situation. After all, I didn't need to win a fight, I just needed to make going after me not worth their time. And after getting sized up by a rather surly-looking group when I had stopped to use a public bathroom by the state capitol, I decided it would be better to stock up than to be undergeared. Thankfully, I've never had to do anything with them, but I have had to brandish it on more than one occasion. One night I'm walking back from the hill leading up to the capitol, when I see a guy on the same sidewalk a ways off heading in the opposite direction. At first glance, he seems harmless, but then I see him start twitching his shoulders uncontrollably, and realize he's probably tweaking right now. As he approaches, I can hear him talking to himself. Nothing intelligible, but I think I at least heard him say something about kangaroos are controlled by Interpol. I'd been focusing on listening to him, and hadn't noticed that he'd realized I was there. He began to walk towards me with that sort of purposeful stride that you have when homing in on someone. He was still probably half a block away, and I needed to cross anyway, so I figured that were a good time as any to part company. As soon as I'd stepped away and put my feet into the road, he follows suit and picks up the pace, making a beeline right for me. I unfasten it from my belt loop and palm it just in case. He's still shambling towards me, and I realize I've got one last chance to get out of this without conflict. When he's no more than 10 feet away, I flick it out, casually brandishing it to my side, and there's just enough light on me to make out that I'm armed. The guy stops in his tracks, and just walks back to his side of the road as I continue my walk to the throng of people gathered at a small park with 4 stops, all lured up in the hope for a dragonite spawn. Sadly, that sort of dedication following such a creepy encounter didn't endear me to the gods of Pokemon Go enough to grant me one that entire summer. I freely admit that I could have been completely wrong about his intentions, but I wasn't willing to take the risk. Thankfully, I've never had another run-in like that again, even on subsequent nights when I went out binge playing until the deep freeze of winter arrived. I've had some really weird encounters with homeless people, including an overly aggressive panhandler who tried to come inside my apartment, and someone who thought walking in front of my car at a green light to keep me from going so he could beg for a ride to court, and I'm not joking with this, was good. But nothing where I actually felt my life was in danger like that night. In fact, my batcrap insane stalker ex scared me more than the homeless do. However, that's an entirely different story for another day. So, crazy guy, let's not meet again. Back when I was in boot camp, I was sent to an island called Pulau Tekong, off the coast of Singapore. This island's entire population is made up of only military personnel or afflicted people, and there were no animals allowed into the camp, and security is posted 24/7. To even get there, we had to take a ferry for 10 minutes with our bags checked before we could head on the ferry, and checked again after we reached the company line. I remember that this night was particularly cooling, and around 10 p.m. it started to rain. My platoon was on the 5th floor of the building, and sometime around 3 a.m. I was jolted awake. There was an unmistakable sound of cats meowing on the floor. At first I thought I was dreaming, but they started to get louder. I sleep facing the window of our bunk, but there was a thick mist outside even though it was raining. My vision into the hallway was severely limited, and I was shocked by this and look around the bunk to see 3 other section mates awake as well. We look at each other and started asking what was happening in our hall. In the midst of talking, there was a loud screech that pierced the meowing cats, almost as if someone dragged their nails across a chalkboard. Through the thick mist, a few figures ran past my bunk, too blurry to actually make out what they were, due to the screech. The entire platoon woke up and ran into the hall, where the mist seemed to quickly retreat. The next morning we looked in the hallway, and there were paw prints in our bathroom, even on the ceiling. The second story happened after I got posted to the unit, after completing boot camp. Back in 2017 there was a shooting competition between Asian countries, and Singapore was playing host. My camp was where the ammunition and pistols came from, and I was the duty vehicular man during one of the weeks. I was told that I was needed at the ammo point at 2 to 4 a.m. every morning, along with the duty clerk for the day to clear the personnel that were coming to collect ammo. The ammo point is located on a hill, about 4 clicks away from headquarters. This particular morning it was around 12:30, and after getting confirmation that an escort into the ammo point was not required, I started the vehicle and began making the drive back to HQ with the clerk beside me. You know how motion lights work. When you walk into a room, they'll light up, and after a while, if you leave, they'll turn off. Well, the road back to HQ was littered with street lamps with motion sensor lights. As I started making my way down the hill with nothing but foliage on both sides, the lights I passed started going one by one with a deafening sound. It immediately started to get cold, which is something that never happens in Singapore due to the humidity. I looked at the clerk and told him something felt off and that I was getting goosebumps. A primal sense of fear took over me as I realized that something might be trying to get us. I zoomed down the hill with the lights going off behind us one by one, and it seemed to be getting faster, almost as if we were being chased. We did make it back to HQ, and it was here that we realized that it wasn't cold like how it was back then. I asked a warrant officer who had been posted there about the general area of the ammo point, and he told me that the music and drama company's building, which is about 500 meters away from the ammo point, is haunted, and because of what I went through, they had to get a religious leader to come and bless the building again. I have served in the United States military, as a petty officer in the Navy, and as a master at arms. I served the entirety of my tour in Okinawa, Japan, which, if you're in the Navy, is one of the most boring billets out there. The first year and a half there, I probably only had 2 calls, both being medical emergencies. We have 3 tiny bases that absolutely almost nothing happens on, and a small little patch of land on the largest base of the island, Kadena Joint Air Base, for our offices and headquarters. So the entirety of us, Master of Arms, are split into different sections for obvious reasons. This didn't happen to me, but my section was on shift the night it did, and I had an almost front row seat for the entire thing. At night we have to make multiple rounds to make sure our buildings are locked, and that no one is trying to break in. Again, I'm not going to say how or when, but on this night we had at least already made a check on the building, so we knew that everything was okay. So the group I'm assigned to is on the Camp Shields, which is right down the road from the base, and where we come from in order to do our checks. Since the buildings are on Kadena, the Air Force security also patrols the area and usually helps us out. One night we get a call from the Air Force dispatcher, and they say they had just received a call from our HQ building. No one spoke on the other end, but it was a solid 10 seconds of silence before the dispatcher heard the phone get hung up. A supervisor for our group, another higher ranking petty officer who I've worked with for a while and is a super cool dude, takes one of the other guys and they load up and zip over there. When they come around the bend to where the buildings are, the first thing they see is our HQ, and that one of the side doors is wide open, and it's nothing but pitch black inside. Again, we had checked the buildings earlier and knew that this door was shut, locked and secure. So what was probably the first time in what legitimately had to be at least 10 years, our officers drew their weapons and cleared the building for a real-life situation. It may not shock any of you to learn they didn't find anyone or anything out of place. There is a pretty good chance that the whole thing was a prank, but Okinawa is one of the most haunted places on Earth, and that place is super creepy at night, even with another person and a gun. As a little fun side story, one night I was assigned there. I happened to not be fully geared up, for reasons, and we happened to be short-staffed that night as well. And because needs and musts, we had to check the building and only I was available. Alone, with nothing but a flashlight. And I had to walk around between these buildings in the middle of the night in the pitch darkness, and I don't mind admitting I was terrified. I was rounding the corner to the front of HQ, and all of a sudden I hear pounding feet darting towards me. I jump about a mile in the air, fumble the flashlight, and am jerking myself in all directions to try and find whoever it is. I realize after a moment that the sound is still going on, and I look up to see the flag flapping in the wind. Honestly, not one of my best moments. There are tons of stories and urban legends on the base as well. If you Google images to search CFAO Headquarters Okinawa, the very first result is our HQ. You can see the flagpole of doom. I was in our local park playing Harry Potter Wizards Unite. It's a good place because there are 4 stops that give you energy, so I just go back and forth while playing. It is insanely hot outside, so there is just me, some people with their kids on the playground, which is a bit off behind the trees so they can't see or hear me, and some guy wandering around like I do but without a phone. I go around playing my game and not thinking anything of it. He was probably just waiting for someone. He, like me, goes from shadow to shadow because the sun is just too hot. I sit on a bench for a while, and while playing I see him behind some of the houses in the park. It's an old cultural park with an old windmill and such, and these houses host private events sometimes. There is a tight space between these with bushes and train tracks behind and beneath. The most exciting thing back there is heart-shaped confetti and garbage. I go here every day, I know that. The guy gets closer and sits beneath a tree just beside me. He sits there for a while and then says something. I push my earphones aside and ask him what he said. He was just trying to make small talk and didn't speak much of my language as we have tons of immigrants and he was very obviously one of them. It was clear he didn't understand what I said. I just play on and sit quietly for a while. I get up, go 20 meters forward to reach a stop. When I turn around to go back, he's right behind me. He then follows me back to the houses and asks my name and if I live alone and if I'm married. I do, but of course I tell him I live with my boyfriend. He then points to the back of the houses and wants to show me something. I tell him no, and he grabs my wrist real hard and begins to pull. I resist and he thankfully let go. I just keep on babbling that there's nothing too interesting there. There's just tracks and bushes. I find this all really creepy and I'm being too polite. I start walking out of the park and he followed me. He walked beside me like we were friends. In the beginning I think it's just a cultural thing, but we are extremely rigid and hate talking to strangers. But they often seem to like it and can be very friendly. I can be polite and sociable if I have to, but this is pushing my buttons and is way too creepy. I live right near the park and he's still here, right beside me, not saying much, but obviously going with me. I decide to go to my boyfriend's house, and that were the longest 10 minutes of my life. He occasionally asks more questions. Do I live in a house? Stuff like that. And I keep on playing my game, pretending to be somewhat in my own world. When we're almost at the neighborhood my boyfriend has his house in, I cross the road to get there. He misses it and keeps going forward. And when he sees that, I just wave, bye. I walk a bit further, but then he crosses the road through traffic. I thought I'd lost him. He goes in front of me and turns right and walks away, like the goodbye stuck. I try to walk calmly round the houses where my boyfriend lives, but I just want to run, and I unlock the door and rush in. My boyfriend comes downstairs and wonders what I'm doing there so early, so I just throw myself in his arms. I had him walk me home and then call the cops. I didn't think there was much they could do. I have no idea who this person is or what his name was or what he wanted, but at least it's on paper now in case anything else happens. I remember when I spoke to the cops, I said that he was not already in the park when I got there, and that he walked past me when I arrived because I stopped to get the stops in the game. That meant he came from the same street I did, which also leads to my real house, which is, as I said, super close. I'm just hoping he didn't see me exit. I know nothing happened, but it was really creepy. I don't want to stop going to my local park, but he's really made me feel uncomfortable. I think I'll stay inside today. This happened around 5 years ago, in the area I grew up in. Back then, I was up to no good, but I have since turned my life around. At the time, I was one of the very few people that moved large amounts of pain pills in the city. The rest of the people trying to move these pills had them imported from sketchy people from around the world, so you didn't always get what you paid for, and the strength would vary a lot. I managed to get a hold of some real ones from within the country, and still within their original packaging. Word quickly got out, and I wasn't very well liked since I guess I took business from people. This incident happened on a hot summer's day. and I decided to go to the park to relax. Where I lived, there was a main road with apartments on both sides in front of my complex. There was a parking lot, and to the right of it, another set of apartments with trees separating that complex from another. I was walking in the wooded area between the two complexes as a shortcut to get to the park. So I'm just walking, minding my own business, when I begin hearing gunshots. They sound really close, and I hid behind a huge tree. I didn't really know what was going on, but looking around I could see the foliage around me move with each gunshot. In retrospect, I guess it was pretty obvious, but they do say hindsight is 20/20. But anyway, I waited for silence and then peeked behind the tree to see what the hell was going on. I managed to get a quick peek of a guy holding a gun, leaning back into his apartment. Change of plans here. I ended up running back to my block as fast as I could when I then slowed down. Pretty bummed out at this point, as I really wanted to go to the park. Anyway, at this point, I'm not sure where to go. It might have been a good idea, but before I was able to give it much thought, I saw two guys appear behind me. Feeling a bit uneasy, understandable perhaps, I'm keeping my eyes on the guys and just trying to keep walking, as if I knew where I were going. It was weird. They didn't really talk to each other, and then they kind of split up on the walking path, still heading towards me. I knew something wasn't right, and I upped my pace to try and test it out. That's when one of them reached for something in his pocket. I still don't know where the hell to go, but I ended up deciding to go to my childhood friend's apartment, which was on the other end of this area. Oh, and her apartment complex has a code, which she usually kept me up to date on since we'd hang out a lot. Back then, I'm not sure if it's still like this, but the code changed every few months. Anyway, I finally make it to her apartment and punch in the code. Wrong code. I try again, and it's wrong. So now I'm panicking because I can't see these guys anymore and I can't get into this stupid building. I called her phone and she buzzed me in, and I ran up the stairs and explained the situation. We played cards and just hung out until the evening, and she offered to walk me home, but I declined. I just felt it a bit unnecessary to put her at possible risk. I did manage to get home safely, as a couple of weeks before this, two people had picked me up and tried to carry me into their car while I was on my way to collect food. I have a feeling that they're the same people, but I couldn't really see the shooter's face very well, probably from the adrenaline, so I guess I'll never know. I was so close to being robbed, taken, or who knows what. I have played World of Warcraft since its release, and up until 2 years ago when my first daughter was born. I met my husband because of the game and had 2 babies. That game saved me from the cruel reality that I was forced to endure at the hands of my father. I was safe in this virtual world, away from his sick perversion and harsh words and actions. I loved to raid a lot, I mean religiously. And as a 16-year-old girl playing a game dominated by men, I got a lot of attention, 90% of it being negative. This is one of those, although I didn't think so at first. My guild and I were raiding, and our main tank was sick, so we were low for a body for Nax. We found a new tanker from a sister guild and began our raid night. I was a healer and was assigned to said new tank. He was super nice, very talkative, and we talked a lot that night, even long after the raid had ended. We even went so far as to exchange MySpace and email. His name in-game was Razor, so that's what I always called him. My name in-game was Chastity, so that's what he called me. We didn't use real names, and I'm so very glad that never happened. We spoke for ages, and I was thrilled to discover he lived not 25 minutes away. Now, seeing as how I was a 16-year-old girl, I posted way too much information on MySpace. Razor and I spoke for weeks and weeks, and he was so nice and even helped me through a tough breakup. We talked on the phone until the wee hours of the morning, and he listened to me cry and offered kind advice to a very lonely, stupid teenage girl. Keep in mind, he said he was 27 at the time. Looking back at this now, I realize how creepy it was becoming a lot earlier than I noticed it back then. He started flirting, and I must admit I flirted back too. But then he got sexual, and as a 16-year-old girl I lived for attention. Then his emails got slightly violent. One incident in particular I remember was an email he sent where he told me in graphic detail how much he would like to have me. And stupidly, even after reading that, I still spoke to him. It was extremely graphic. One day after walking my dog through the park, I returned home to the phone ringing off the hook. No one was home, which was normal as both my parents worked a lot. I answered it and it was him. The first thing he said was, "I saw you today. You're so cute." He described my dog, everything, what I was wearing and even my makeup. Why didn't you say hi?" "Oh, I didn't want to scare you. You know me, if you saw me. I have a lot of scars, mostly on my neck." Even back then in my stupidity, I started to get scared. "Yeah, from what?" "From glass." All I remember him next saying was, "Can I come in?" I slammed the phone down, grabbed two of the biggest knives in the kitchen. I grabbed my dog, a 200-pound St. Bernard, and hauled her into my room. I barricaded my door and heard someone pounding the front door. The pounding continued for what seemed like hours until it got dark. I jumped at every single noise I heard until my mum got home. I never answered any more of his phone calls or emails after that, though he sent tons and emailed me several hundred times a day. I'm so glad I never opened that door. This happened about 5 months ago. I had just gotten home from work around 9 p.m. and had barely had time to get my shoes off when I received a phone call from an unrecognized number. I'm searching for new jobs and thought it might be one of the places that I was applying to calling me back. I pick it up, and it's some guy who says he's with some kind of third-party detention center, which, as he explained, was for low-risk inmates that were sent there whenever the local jails were too filled. That should have set off a nice big red flag for me, but for whatever reason it just made sense in my tired brain. I'm getting ready to tell you guys I'm not interested in making a donation or anything like that, when he asks me if this is my full name. I confirm, and he says that they're holding my boyfriend at this center, saying my boyfriend's full name and giving a dead description of me. I ask what's going on, since my boyfriend is supposed to be at work right now, and the guy on the other end provides an explanation. He says that my boyfriend had struck a pregnant woman with his car on his way to work and was 4 times the legal limit for blood alcohol. The woman was in critical condition and that my boyfriend had broken a few ribs and his nose in the accident. I'm freaking out at this point and ask if I can speak to him, to which the man obliges. I'm put on hold for a minute or two before my boyfriend picks up the line. This person on the other end was panicking, saying how it wasn't his fault, and begged me not to tell his parents, using my name again. It didn't particularly sound like my boyfriend, but I figured it was him because of the broken nose he supposedly had, and his tone really helped to sell it, because it sounded so legitimate. The man from before comes back on the line before I can ask any questions and explains that they have to sedate my boyfriend since he began to panic and hyperventilate, which I was starting to relate to more and more by the second. The man on the other end tells me that I should come right away and that the bail is set at $2,000 cash. I stupidly tell him I don't have that much and that I maybe have half of that. He tells me it's fine and that I can work something out with the front office once I get there, and to just bring what I have, and seeming like he's trying to calm me down. He gives me the address and I can barely hold a pen because my hands are shaking so badly, and I'm very poorly trying to hold back tears. All of a sudden, the door opens up, and in walks my boyfriend, completely normal looking with no broken nose, but more than a little confused as to why I'm crying. I'm still on the phone with the man, and asking what the hell he thinks he's doing, telling him how my boyfriend just walked in, and he promptly hangs up. I tried calling back a few times, but it went directly to voicemail. Finding out the power to the bar my boyfriend works at has gone out, so his boss sent everyone home early, and I had never in my whole life been so grateful for a power outage. My boyfriend slept on the couch to keep watch, but unfortunately I still couldn't sleep that night. So I decided to look up the name of the organization the man said he worked for. Big surprise, that turned up nothing. I then looked up the address he had given me on Google Maps and see it was some random abandoned strip mall in the middle of a sketchy-ass area that was about an hour and a half out of town. What really freaked me out about this whole thing was the guy knew my number, both me and my boyfriend's names, but didn't sound like anyone we'd met before. I have no idea what would have been waiting for me there, but I'm counting my lucky stars right now. So to the guy who wanted to meet me for God knows what in that sketchy-ass strip mall, let's not meet. This happened at the last house my mother's sister and I were renting in. The house had changed hands every year or so, and it belonged to a renting company rather than a regular landlord, so we didn't have any information about the previous residents of the place, but it was in a decent neighborhood, so we didn't think it necessary to check. About 8 months after moving in, last January, I was playing video games in the office on a Saturday night, at around midnight or so, when I was startled by an aggressively loud banging on the front door. The rapping was so hard it sounded like the door would fly off at its hinges, and it echoed through the entire house, loud enough that my mother could hear it in her room with the door closed and with music on. Now, we all know that it's never a good thing when someone bangs on your door that hard in the middle of the night, but that didn't stop my mother from racing downstairs and beating me to the door to see what the hell was happening, and answered it by pulling the blinds from the windows next to the door, revealing a man who looked to be in his mid-20s standing very close to it. When she asked him what was going on, he replied he was looking for someone named Jamal. Nobody knew a guy with that name, so she told them nobody was there. The guy kept persisting, and my mother continued to insist that the person they were looking for didn't live here. After a few minutes, my mother would later tell me that there was another guy who appeared from the left coming around from the side of the house, where some windows were, and it became very clear he was checking for Jamal, in case my mother was lying or something. Thankfully, they eventually left. The next morning, I took out our car to drive to work, and noticed it wasn't driving right, as I was sliding all around the lane. I didn't pay it too much mind, however, because it snowed a few days prior and there was still ice on the road in some places, so I assumed there was a lot of black ice. It wasn't until someone in the parking lot of the store I worked at flagged me down and told me 2 of my tires were losing air and flatting out. I carefully drove back home and told my mother what happened with the tires, and it finally clicked. The angry knocking at midnight, the aggressive demanding for a guy we didn't know, the guy scouting around the side of the house, likely looking in windows. They slashed all our tires, which meant they were likely armed. The thought of them not believing us and breaking in still haunts me to this day, because we wouldn't have had a way to fight back if they chose to keep looking. It's the first time I've ever felt completely helpless. A few weeks later, we got a package for someone who was a previous tenant, and a guy came looking for it, after assuming it was delivered to their old residence. Turns out, the guy was Jamal's older brother. We told him what happened, and he seemed completely blindsided by the information, as if that was the first time he'd learnt that his little brother may be involved in the wrong crowd. I don't know what happened afterwards, but hopefully the revelation led to Jamal getting help. We also got some free tires out the deal, so it wasn't a total loss, but I'd rather not see those two guys ever again, especially in the middle of the night. When you work as a nurse, you see it all. You have to become accustomed to dealing with death, as it's very likely that it will happen on your watch, especially when you work in a care home like I do. I've had lots of people come and go, but one of the creepiest and most common things that happens is talking to relatives that have already passed when you're about to go. Such was the case with a dear friend of mine, Thomas. He had lost his wife many years ago. He was also semi-lucid at times, but for the most part just babbled. He had dementia. He had no family left. He and his wife had 3 children, but they had all died tragically and horribly during their lives. It pains me, but no parent should have to bury their children, especially not all 3. He was very lonely, which is why I grew attached to him, because he was a kind and sweet old man. He'd tell me stories of his children, of his wife, and of how wonderful they all were. He even got teared up when he told me about how his children had met their end. They had all gotten very sick, and, well, they died. It was one of these nights when I was doing my rounds, when I just went into his room to wish him good night and told him that it was time for bed. He gave me a smile and said, "I don't think I'm going to sleep tonight." I asked him what he meant. I looked at my watch and it was already 10:30, which was plenty late for Thomas, who usually slept around 9. He gave me another smile. "I'm going to make my exit now. The curtain has fallen." He was a theatre actor, you see, and liked using this terminology a lot. We got a hoot out of it, me and the other nurses. I gave him a confused look. "What do you mean you're on your way out?" "My kids are here, and my wife. They're here to pick me up. I'm going to take the bus now." I gave him another confused look. What the hell was he talking about? And then it all clicked. He was seeing the ghosts of his family. He gave me another smile when he saw my face dawn with comprehension. "That's right, girlie. It's time for me to go. You scoot along now. I hope I don't see you anytime soon." And he gave a chuckle. I gave a little smile in response. "You silly man," I thought. Then I walked out the room, gave him a little pat on the shoulder, and said I'd be back in half an hour, and expected him to be asleep. Half-hour later, I'm still finishing up some paperwork, and push it for 45 minutes before I go check up on him. When I do, I see he's soundly asleep, but just think I better nip in to check on him, to make sure he's okay. I quietly open the door, and go and see if he's still breathing. And he's gone. Just like he said his family was here. As you can imagine, I was pretty creeped out. And just as I was about to leave the room to do what we need to do when someone passes away, do I hear a whisper behind my ear, "Thanks for everything, girlie." I turn around, thinking that he must still be alive, with a huge surge of relief washing over me. When I turn around, he's still dead, on the bed, and hasn't moved. I'm pretty sure he just wanted to wish me one final goodbye, but that sent chills up my spine for the rest of my shift, and left me with a dawning sense of uncomfortableness. It leaves me wondering though, the mystery of the afterlife, if there even is one, or if that was just his brain playing tricks on him. But why does it happen to so many people? I guess I'll never know, but I suppose one day I'm bound to find out. I worked at a forensic state facility that housed mentally disabled men who were unable to stand trial. My shift was from 9:30 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. I thought it was funny that a lot of my co-workers were into the ghost stories, but I learnt real quick that all you could do was laugh at things you couldn't explain. One night I was sitting in a chair in the doorway of my one-to-one client. His room was the last room of the hallway near the exit door, so it was dark on that side of the hall when the lights were off. I had seen a dark sort of figure under the exit sign that was placed above the exit door. I stared at it for about a minute, trying to register what I was actually seeing, before I could get through my head that this was something unusual. The figure rushed towards me, causing me to jump and fall out of my chair. I laughed because I thought I looked silly on camera, as there were cameras covering every inch of the hallway. I also joked with other co-workers, saying I was part of the ghost story gang. That same night I was in the chart room at around 4:30 a.m. to file observation notes of the residents in the chart book. The books were really heavy and weren't easy to tote around. After I filled all the charts, as we had 12 residents on my home, and put the books back on the shelf, they flew off the shelf as they were being thrown and landed in the middle of the room. At that time, I was more upset than concerned, because it was a long and hellish night, and I had to just put those books up. There were other instances when I had seen things I couldn't explain. One instance was when I had seen a headless figure standing at the end of the hallway, the same spot where I had seen that shadow. I thought it was a resident at first because he was wearing a white t-shirt, blue basketball shorts and white sneakers. He resembled another resident who lived on a different home, as he was the only individual on campus that was close to 7 foot and nearly 400 pounds. I walked towards it calling the individual's name, but got no reaction from the figure. I looked down to get my break room key from my pocket, because I thought the resident needed something to drink, and we often had the good stuff. When I looked up, the figure was gone. There were other times when the shadows would be out, and I noticed it was usually when our residents were asleep in the room most of the night. I told my new co-worker about all I have seen on my home, and she laughed, saying I was just as crazy as the other people on the night shift. The next night after that conversation, she was to work a shift on her own. After that night, she demanded to be moved to another home. I was curious about her transfer and went to read the observation and home notes from the last night she worked. It said 4:30 a.m., all residents asleep in their beds throughout the night. I guess they didn't like the new girl's sense of humor. 7 years ago, I was a preteen, a 12-year-old girl, and was really into the world of Warcraft, like really into it. I would wake up at 4 a.m. and play until I had school, and then play until I had to sleep. During summer break, I would play all day, every day. So when I was 13, I joined a guild that seemed to have a lot of chill people, just into achievement hunting, pug runs, and would help with quests for the lower levels. There was this one man called Bear, and he would start messaging me all the time, getting me to go on vent all the time. Of course, I was a naive 13-year-old girl and thought this was okay and kind of exciting. So we would talk a lot, and eventually I added him to a secondary Facebook account I made specifically for him, which didn't have my address or anything. There were a few pictures of me, and he would comment on them and call me beautiful and such. After creeping through his profile, I realized he looked a lot older than me, and having never asked him his age before, I finally and nonchalantly bring it up. Bear, with zero shame, admits he's double my age at 26. I don't really know what to do, so I just act like it's all fine, and he starts getting creepy on me right after I asked his age. Every time he asked me to go on vent, he began dirty talking me And I don't mean lovely seduction stuff. I mean like, have you ever had someone lick you all the way up your spine? I'd love to be your first, and creepy stuff like that. I never said anything more than, "Oh, back," and he always took that as I was shy and uneducated, and I let him believe that. This went on for several months, and he would just send half-naked pictures to my Facebook account and got creepier by the day. I left the guild and blocked him on everything. When he said he had a surprise for me, and upon asking what it was, figuring it would be a cool mount or companion, he said he was saving up money and gonna fly to me. He knew which province I lived in Canada, and he was in the States. Without me telling him, and he was going to come take me away and make me feel things I'd never felt before. I haven't heard from him since, deleted my Facebook account and switched servers. But to this day, I'm always keeping my eye out for that creep, since I don't know if he still has it in his head to try and steal me away. Considering he narrowed down my whereabouts, he could probably do much more. I hope to never meet him. I am a former US Marine. During a field training event, we were doing night live fire drills. I was cresting a small berm, and when I did, there was a loud mechanical whirring of the pop-up targets coming up. So I went through the metal drills of hitting the ground in a relatively safe manner to take a shot at the pop-up target. I took another step and put my hand out, right hand on rifle, left hand out slightly from my body, and I lost all balance. I hit the ground and heard crack, thump. Nothing unusual about that on a firing range. Followed up by cease fire, man down. I look around at a bunch of stuff standing over me asking if I was okay. I was fine. Why would they ask? I take off my helmet and see that a guy in my fire team has fired me, mistaking me for a pop-up. The round glanced off my helmet and tore a hole in it. I took no damage, but due to a faulty helmet, I had to stay behind on all further runs. As I was doing something near my tent, I heard a voice say, "That was close. Next time you should stay behind Parker." I laugh and say, "Yeah." I turned to where I heard the voice, and there was no one there. I searched the area, there was no one around. This freaked me out, and would have been enough to keep me on edge, but I brushed it off as my mind playing tricks on me. Fine, cool, whatever. 6 months later, and we're balls deep in house clearing bullshit in Iraq. I hear that very same voice, "Remember to stay behind Parker," right before we enter the house. I take a look behind me, and sure enough, the guy was right behind me. I take a step to the side, acting like I was doing something, and he instinctively moved forward. I duck in behind him. Unfortunately, he didn't make it through the house. To this day, I blame myself for his passing. I never stop thinking about what may have been. I know if I'd have gone in first, I wouldn't be writing this if I'd have been in his place. I know it's not right to blame myself, but I do. Maybe it is right. All I know now is whenever I hear that voice saying, "Remember, don't take lead," or something like that, I listen. I've heard it twice since that day. Hate me if you like, I hate myself enough for listening to that voice already. I'm a military officer, and have seen my fair share of crazy. Back in 2010, when I was still a sergeant, I was out on a training mission with my unit. We had all the gear packed up since we were going to stay in the wild for a few nights. We go deep into a forest out in nowhere, Minnesota. The nearest house must have been at least a 2-hour drive away, and there was no signal. We set up camp and start to make ready for the first exercise. When we are all done with the exercise, we have to make dinner, which is nothing to say hooray about. It was just some MRI. God, I hate that food. As we ate our food, we head off to bed so that we could get up at 4 in the morning. 5 people were pointed out to guard in switch. I had the guard at 2 in the morning. All the other guards were reporting strange noises from the woods. They said it sounded like someone talking to each other and walking around. We were all a bit scared even though we had our guns. An hour into my guard switch, I hear the voice. I point my gun into the area of the sound. I don't dare say anything, so I slowly back up to wake up the others. As I got up the staff sergeant, 5 shots fire. Needless to say, everyone is awake now. People are scrambling for their guns. In a matter of minutes, everyone is ready and a hunt begins. We are all ordered to go out and capture whoever shot at us. After searching most of the night, we were going to call it at that, but one of the specialists had found an old and run-down-looking house in the forest. We go and search the house. 6 soldiers go in and search, while 20 others are guarding all exits. We found no one inside, but it looked to be a meth lab. So, what I think of this story? I think it was some crackheads that were cooking meth there, and they thought for some random reason that we were campers, and when they saw soldiers, they ran for it. My family is from Hungary. We are currently residing in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. Here crime is crazy high. I remember that Mike Pondsmith once called Rio the most cyberpunk city in the world because he read about these cases where police were fighting some cartel that used rocket launchers against them. I live in a pretty expensive neighborhood, but I can hear someone shooting, be it pistols, revolver, or rifle, every day. I've been in a war before, and here it's very similar. The police climb up the slums and leave the perished ones on the streets. The cartels burn people alive and so on. That's pretty much a lightweight situation in the city. There are many more aspects which I could touch that aren't pertinent to our story. Even though we dress fairly simply, speak Portuguese with no accent, and don't go walking around, one look at me or my father and you know we're foreigners. So there was this one time, he was driving a company car alone, going to the docks to take a look at some containers with equipment that the company shipped to Brazil because of some big negotiation. When I say father dressed simply, I mean really simply. A short-sleeved shirt, linen pants and shoes, and an old watch that belonged to my grandfather. And that's it. No fancy suits or anything when it wasn't strictly necessary. It just so happened he was driving in a dangerous area. Too many trees and all. He fell for the oldest trick in the book. A boy of 12 or 13 in the middle of the street lying down. No space to turn, so he stopped. That's when 5 thugs came out of the bushes with guns. I sincerely doubt it was a real pistol the way he described them. They looked more like greenhorns in the business than anything else. Everyone was nervous when they came into the car. They looked into the glove compartment and found nothing, and told my father to drive to the bank. They all entered the bank with my father, and made him empty something like 1,000 euros, which is money considering we aren't rich. No idea why the guards didn't do anything, but thinking better, perhaps it was for the best. If that pistol really was a pistol, that would have turned into a standoff with the police, and a hostage situation in Rio usually turns into showdowns. They made him drive to a slum and took the car. Father was lucky, unscathed, other than a bruise that the gun dude made by whipping his head. Moral of the story? Father went to the police and explained the situation. Police have some kind of veneration for foreigners, and he was wounded. The bank refunded the money, and from the 6, as far as I know, they didn't enjoy it for very long. Police got 4 of them, including Pistol Dude and the boy, as they weren't able to scrap the car for parts. They had to burn it. 1 was wounded and apprehended, but passed away like the other 4. He was a minor, as were 2 others of the fallen. Another regular day in Rio, sadly. Rewind this time to the year 2002. I was in a residential nationwide high school, which is in Washington, D.C. And everyone knows that D.C., or any other major city, can be dangerous. I was invited to visit one of my friends' home for spring break. I met with some local students, and they were all cute. They invited me on a night out with them, and one of the boys borrowed his mum's van, wanting to go cruising around Phoenix to show me the sights. I was the only girl in the group of boys. There were 9 of us hunkered down in an old Dodge white van. One of the guys had a brilliant idea of doing drive-by egg throws, so they bought eggs and kept the van door open as they tossed eggs at pedestrians. This wasn't what got us into trouble. After all of our dozen eggs were tossed, we shut the van door and were getting ready to go home. This is when it hit the fan. I was sitting in the back of the van. We were at a red light. Then a silver Honda Accord pulled alongside us, and I saw 2 men in the car. They kept looking at us. Immediately, one of them rolled down the window and actually showed us his firearm, and was saying something that I couldn't understand. The light turned green. The boy driving his mother's white Dodge van tried unsuccessfully to dart ahead or even dodge, and that wasn't happening with 9 school students in a van. We were chased by the silver Honda Accord. We tried slowing down and speeding up, making quick turns, but to no luck. Their Honda Accord was able to keep up easily, and it wasn't helping that the streets were empty. We accidentally ended up cornering ourselves in when we pulled into a water reservoir entrance that had a dead end. The 2 guys came out their Honda, their headlights shining in our eyes, and they had weapons. They each had 2, and were using bandanas on their shaved heads. They were surprised how many people came out the van, and even more surprised that we were all deaf and were signing. They realized that we weren't throwing up gang signs at them. Then they said, "My bad," and just left. For once, being deaf saved my life. So dudes in bandanas and Honda Accords that are in Phoenix, Arizona, let's not ever meet. Also, do not throw eggs at people. We were in high school and stupid. I moved in with my dad around the age of 11, and to help keep in contact with my brother, my dad helped me create an Xbox Live account. I made plenty of friends on Halo 3, Left 4 and Dead 2, and Resident Evil 5, and I had an amazing group of people that I am still friends with to this day. The group I made were much older than me with a few exceptions. Some of their kids were also friends a part of this group, and one of them is actually a day older than me, so he and I became rather close. Overall, I made a lot of amazing memories with these people, but there was one problem. About a year or 2 into being involved with these people, a random person randomly rejoins the group. The person was a friend with one of them before, and the others were acquainted as well, but they barely knew them. I've never been great at making friends as I'm quite awkward and say a lot of weird things that makes people cringe in desperation, but I am nice and friendly. I added this mysterious person, but I was rather distant as they didn't have a mic, and this person was also pretending to be a woman. When Halo Reach came out, every single one of us was on that game. We practically dominated SWAT, and this person would join in often. Communication was obviously limited because they lacked a mic, but it made it easier for them to pretend to be female. Now I do have a fairly deep voice myself, so a lot of people even now still think I'm a boy when I'm playing online. So my instant thought was that maybe this person was just self-conscious over how they sounded and just couldn't afford a mic perhaps. One morning, this person and I are both online. Everyone else was either still sleeping or at work, and it was a weekday. This person and I began messaging each other back and forth. It was pleasant conversation at first, which then turned dark. Mind you, this person was well aware that I was young and inexperienced in life. They began sending me sexually explicit messages, asking them to show me my 13-year-old breasts. At that moment I blocked the person. My buddy, who introduced me to the group and is well into his 30s, gets online and I tell him everything. It's obviously a little odd for such a young person to be friends with several people a few decades older than themselves, but they all treated me like a little sister, and this became evident when I told my friends what happened. He immediately got defensive and starts messaging the mysterious man that was no longer allowed to join our group, as what he did was disgusting. As everyone in our group began signing on and joining the conversation, we put the pieces together and realized that number 1, this person was a creep, 2, a liar, and 3, a man. They lied about not having a mic, and was caught with a mic at a few points during their time with the group. The person speaking was apparently male, and then lied about it, saying that the person speaking was her brother. There was plenty of other proof people offered up, but that one was one of the main ones I remember. I take the bus to my work, and the bus drops me off about 15 minutes walking distance. I play Pokemon Go, and intended to walk to some of the Pokestops that are on the way to my work. I got off the bus, and a couple of people get off as well, including this one older man who's about 65. I started walking on autopilot to the sidewalk next to the road, but then remembered the Pokestops and pivoted around and switched my direction by 90 degrees. This old man who had been walking behind me got in the same direction that I was in, and noticed that I started going the other way, and immediately changed his direction as well, and started following behind me. I turned into the small strip mall that hosted the Pokestops. I wanted to go and see the first one, so I walk up to it and stop and chill for a few minutes, collecting stuff from the stop and catching a couple of people that had popped up. He passed me, acting like he was going about his business, but then stops in front of a store 30 feet away from where I was standing and begins looking at the window. Keep in mind, all of these stores are closed at this point. It's 6 a.m. He has no phone in hand, so I know he's not playing the game either, and he keeps glancing back at me as I keep my eye on him. He eventually walks off and disappears around the corner, as the whole strip mall was curved, so it was easy for him to vanish from my vision. I walked in the direction he went in to get to the next Pokestop, and I pass a wall on my right. As I pass the wall, he sees me and starts following me again. I'm pretty weirded out at this point. I don't stop at any more Pokestops and just keep walking to collect the items from them as I pass. All the while he's following behind me, and I was worried that I was just being overly paranoid and decide to test to see whether he's following me or not. I stop at the last stop at the mall and dilly-dally on my phone for a few, and then he does the same thing where he waits for me and starts following me again as I pass. I give him a dirty look when I look behind me, and then speed walk to an office complex that was across the street from my job, as I didn't want him to know where I worked. I sat down at these secluded benches they have in front of them where a Pokestop was at. I never saw him again after that, but when I get off the bus tomorrow, I'm definitely going to be filming if he does it again. What should I do if he repeats this? All I know is that I don't want to meet me again. I was in class with a few military police officers and heard some stories. There were multiple times where they would get calls or alarms going off in parts of the hangars we work, and when they responded, no one is in the hangar anywhere near the phone or in the room the call came from. One guy that worked the dispatch desk at night said for 2 weeks straight he'd get a call at exactly 3:15 every morning, and there would be no sound whatsoever. He left the phone on for 5 minutes to listen for any sound, and there'd be nothing. Not a dial tone, breathing, or background noise. Nothing. Another was when they would exercise or train on the weekend in our hangars, and they would see things move around the aircraft or across the hangar from where they are. When they would investigate, there wouldn't be anyone in there with them. It wasn't any of us, because we didn't work nights on weekends. The last one My base is next to a mountain, and one section of it extends all the way to the base and up the side of the mountain. All along that area are little silos or channels running into the mountain. None of them are used, and they're all locked up tight, have been for years. One night they got an alarm going off in one of those little channels, and were sent to investigate. Shortly after the alarm, they got a phone call from there, and when they picked up, the line went dead. When they arrived, the door was locked as usual, and showed no signs it had ever been messed with within the last 10 years. They opened the door and took a look inside. There was a ladder that went down a lower room, and inside that room there were signs that someone was living there, and they seemed fresh. A few bottles of water, a foam pad to sleep on, some bags. None of it seemed to have dust or anything. As soon as they saw it, they left and locked it up tight. They had security sit there till morning and had someone come out to chain the door shut. I work night shift in a hospital as a caregiver. Part of my job entails watching over disoriented and confused patients, and ones that are approaching death. I am working in the medical ward, so we have a lot of elderly patients with dementia and/or Alzheimer's. A few nights ago, we admitted a very tiny old lady of 91 with pneumonia. She is completely blind but totally mobile, and her mind is still crystal clear. She used to be an English teacher, and her whole personality and the way she speaks, as well as her vocabulary and pronunciation, attests to that. A very stubborn, independent, and strong-willed lady. I was assigned to take care of her for the night, as she was not familiar with the layout of the room, and would walk into things trying to find the bathroom and possibly injure herself. It went well for the first few hours. We chatted about stuff until about 11, when I said she must try to get some sleep. I'm sitting right by her side, and she can just say if she needs anything. She agrees, turns over and makes herself comfortable. After a while she's fiddling with the blankets and being restless, I lean over to her to switch on the dim bedside light to see how I can help her. When she says to me, "Oh, you have the most beautiful blue eyes." While I'm trying to figure out how this blind lady knows I have blue eyes and how to respond, she continues, "And while you're up, please get an extra blanket for the little boy that's sitting on my bed. His skin is cold as ice." As if there's nothing weird about it. I immediately got a cold shiver down my back, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. As if that wasn't enough, the call bell in the bathroom in the room started ringing without anyone being there. I switched the bell off and told her that I would be back now with a blanket, and went to ask a colleague to relieve me and take a blanket in. Everything, I'm sure, can be rationally explained away, but as I'm fascinated by the paranormal, I found this experience chilling and wanted to share it. Lots of weird stuff happens at the hospital, especially at night, and it's easy to get creeped out when alone in the dark with a dying or disoriented patient. I work in maintenance in a hospital, but this story comes from out of work hours. Back in November, my grandfather passed away. He had been living in a care home for several years now, and as we were from a smaller city, his main care aide was actually an ex's mother who I am still close to. Nearing his final days, she texted me that things weren't looking good, and to get my mum, who works out of town, and myself, to see him ASAP. The next 2 nights were exhaustive. Her and I barely left his bedside. We were wetting his lips, rubbing his head, and singing Charlie Pride, and telling him stories from my childhood and from my mum's. At one point, Is Anybody Going to San Antonio comes on the CD player, and Mum tears up, talking about how this song reminds her of her father the most. He wasn't really coherent besides a glimmering moment in the first day we got there, and by the final day we were sitting watching the breaths turn to choke breaths. As the hours got nearer, my ex's mum was contacted and came in on her day off to sit with us for that final hour. My mum had her father's head in her lap, and we still had Charlie Pride on the radio. She was whispering in her ear to stop being stubborn, and that she could take care of her brothers, and that she had me to take care of her. The gaps got longer and longer in his breaths. My ex's mum was sitting next to me, the CD player behind us, and my mum laying on the opposite side of the care home bed. All of a sudden his breathing stops, and in that moment so did the CD player. It hadn't skipped once the whole weekend. My mum figured Tyrene had turned it off, starting to sob, assuming it was to signify he was officially gone. I sat and looked at Tyrene like, did that just happen? And after a good 20 seconds out of nowhere he took a shuddery breath, and the CD scrambled forward, and the song just before Is Anyone Going to San Antonio? Not sure if that's the name of the song, but it was about not wanting to miss someone, started playing. And then he was gone by the end of San Antonio, the song that Mum remembered him most by. Tyrene mentioned odd things happen more often than not, as a person finally passes. At the age of 18, I got my first CNA job, working at a care facility. The job was night shift. One night, after our rounds were finished, me and a co-worker were sitting at the nurse's station telling ghost stories. One of our longtime residents was a notorious gossip, Dave, and decides to chip in and tells about a little girl who haunts the second floor. At the time, the second and third floors had both been closed for years. He finished the story by telling us she plays with a ball, and if you're quiet and listen, you can hear the ball bounce. Right at the moment he finishes his story, a call light for a resident goes off. A resident who I've never seen use her call light before or since. When I go into her room to check on her, she's laying in her bed with a terrified look on her face pointing at the ceiling. I was a little freaked out, but easily reasoned it away. I did, however, tell the story to my sister. 4 years later, I'm now working day shift in the same building, and the second and third floors have been renovated and are now house sub-acute care patients. These patients are mostly surgery recovery and will go home after their stay. My sister is also working there as a CNA, and I work the third floor and she the second. One Sunday afternoon, she comes to me with a pale face and wide eyes, and proceeds to tell me, "You know, Carrie, I went into her room for last rounds and asked her if she needed anything before I left. She looked over me all happy and said she had the most wonderful day watching that girl play." I looked at her in puzzlement and asked her which girl. "The one playing with her ball, she's so sweet." My sister looks at me in the eyes and says, "I've been up and down that hall all day and haven't seen any kids visiting." Of course, we both remember the story from years before, but come now, it's simply a coincidence, right? Also, Carrie died that very night. A few years ago, I was working a night shift on a generic rehabilitation ward in an old hospital that since closed down. The ward was a long L-shaped corridor with the nurses' station situated at the bend. I was doing some paperwork at the nurses' station, and the other nurse on duty was on her break, sitting in the lounge at the end of the corridor. Out of nowhere, I heard this almighty crash from one of the bedrooms, and I shot straight up and started running towards it. My colleague was coming down the corridor towards me, as we had both assumed that the gentleman in one of the single beds had fallen out of the bed. The man in this room was still fast asleep in bed, and his sensor mat told us that he had not gotten up. In the middle of the room lay his bedside cabinet, face down on the ground. Further across from that, the drawer from it was against the floor, the wall across from where the cabinet usually faced. We didn't really know what to make of it, so I picked up the cabinet and put the drawer back in. We woke the man up and asked him if he had thrown it, but he was as confused as we were. Realistically, he couldn't have moved it anyway. It was quite heavy, and he was pretty frail, needing help to even mobilize. It's not possible that another patient had been in the room, as we did a round immediately after, and everyone was in bed. No one had been in the corridor prior to this happening. For the next few weeks, I felt really uncomfortable being in that room, even the day duties, and was so glad when the hospital closed down, as it meant I got to move to a brand newly built one. This happened a few months ago. I had just gotten Red Dead Redemption, and while I was playing online, I met this awesome guy named Rick. He's in his 50s, a retired firefighter, and we played together a while, helping me level up so that people wouldn't target a low-level player who is also a girl. After a while, he introduces me to this guy named Black Wolf Angel or something like that. He seemed pretty cool at first, this new guy. We would hang out on RDR, shoot lots of bandits, and do gang hideouts. After a while, we became somewhat good friends, and he then started to lightly flirt with me every once in a while. I let it slide, being the kind person I am, and I made it my goal to not get a so-called Xbox boyfriend, so I tended to avoid flirting on there. We would normally hang in parties or with Rick, but one time he invited me to a party and I'm like, oh okay, he and Rick want to play. But I was dead wrong. He began to flirt super heavily with me, and I acted like I had to go and I left. For weeks he would spam me with party invites and messages saying, hey sexy, I really want you. It finally got to the point where I was sick of him, so when he invited me the last time, I answered and he started with the usual flirting, and I just said, look man, I'm not interested in any kind of relationship right now, so please lay it off. He agreed and stopped for a few days, but then he broke the silence by sending me a message saying, I'm thinking of ending it all because of you. I flipped out on him and started to cuss him out and tell him to never contact me again. I told Rick about it all, and he told me he stopped talking to him a few days ago for the same reason. So for a while everything was cool, but then I started to get phone calls and text messages saying the same stuff he used to say. I answered one said call and told him to leave me alone or I'll get the police. Thankfully he stopped after that. So to the guy from Xbox Live, let's never meet again, you creep. I was playing Pokemon Go last night during an event, and like an idiot, I walked into a park by myself in the dark. There were a few late night dog walkers and people around there when I arrived, so I thought it was fine. But by the time I got all the Pokemon in the area, everyone that was around there had left, and I was all alone in the dark. So it was about then when I was like, okay, something's gonna happen to me out here. It's time to leave. And boy am I glad I did. As I get about halfway down the driveway, a car passed at full speed, turns around at the dead end of the park, and then drives back past me. I was a little spooked because I was very aware of how easy a victim I am right now, but maybe they were just lost. As I continue walking and catching things, while I walk, the car drives past me 3 more times. There's nothing down this road except the car park and the park and myself. So now I'm thoroughly spooked. The 4th and 5th time they drive past, they slow down right next to me and then zoom off again around a corner. In a moment of sheer panic, I ran to a nearby parked car, dove underneath it and lay still. Lo and behold, the car comes back around and slows down in the spot where I was before. A car door opens and a guy gets out, walks around for a bit and then swears, gets back into his car and then drives away faster than before. I laid under that car for ages before I ran home via a well-lit road. Although I've definitely learnt not to wander around by myself at night anymore, I have no idea who the creepy guy was in the car, and I'd rather never find out. I'm in the Navy, and I currently work on a base which encompasses an island called Saint Clement Island. The island itself is mostly deserted and untouched, but on the north end of the island is a town, for lack of a better word, where the Navy and contractors live. One night I was heading down to relieve a co-worker from watch. As I'm driving down the road, which is mostly pitch black, I see a figure in the street in my headlights. Naturally, I slam the brakes. I begin cussing up a storm because some idiot is walking in the middle of the road at night. Shortly after, however, I noticed it isn't a person, but more of a solid shadow. You could make out no features on it, but it had mass and was human-shaped. It was in the middle of the road, sort of stomping, almost like a weird dance. Then suddenly it was just gone. It didn't fade away, didn't do anything dramatic. It was just gone. I freaked out and told a lot of my co-workers who didn't believe me. I never saw it again, but holy crap was I afraid. I've heard stories of people on the island having doors in their work areas open and stuff on their own, but no stories similar to mine. I don't know much about the history of the island itself, but I do know at some point it was owned by Native Americans, and often remains of them are found or unearthed, often buried with the remains of foxes. My boyfriend was in the army before I met him. This is by far the creepiest story he shared with me. He lived in a 2-story townhouse on base housing in Fort Hood for about 6 months. Tenants always came and went because of deployment. Weird stuff would happen both at night and during the day, mainly thuds in his bedroom on the 2nd floor and shuffling. He felt uneasy being in his room. He also always slept in the living room couch on the 1st floor. On the weekends, he would be up late playing Xbox, being the achievement hunter he is, and due to insomnia, wouldn't fall asleep until 5 a.m. One night he was up late on his Xbox dashboard, sitting on the sofa chair smoking a cigarette. His Kinect was plugged in. As many of you know, there's a screen on the bottom right corner that shows an infrared version of what the Kinect camera can see. This lets you know that it is detecting. It's really sensitive, and although it is sometimes frustrating to use, surprisingly accurate. This is when the hair behind his neck stood up. He noticed the infrared screen. Standing to the right of him, alongside him, was a solid female figure. He wanted to add that he has never used his Kinect after this, even after moving back home to Chicago. I can attest to that. This happened a week ago. I was sitting in the living room, crocheting. I was out there with my mother watching cooking shows when she left for a bit. I was sitting quietly, just focusing on my craft when I heard something strange. Loud 8-bit music. I thought for a second it was my cell phone, but when I checked, nothing. I went around the room, even listened closely to my laptop that I had the crocheting pattern on, just in case it was a pop-up ad. Nothing. I eventually made it to my room, and the music is getting louder. I go over to this container that I had a bunch of miniature things in. Inside I find my old Game Boy Pocket Edition, one of those really tiny ones with preloaded games, and you couldn't change the cartridge. it had an alarm going off. I never set an alarm, and I hadn't turned this device on since I was 10. I got it in 2006. At the time, the calendar was chronologically correct, reading off 2006 when I got it. However, instead of reading 2019, it now read February 7th, 1998. I was born on February 7th, 1996. The date of this strange alarm was my 2nd birthday. It was one of the strangest things I have ever experienced in recent months. How peculiar. I was walking to the store at about 10 p.m. I left my house to walk onto the empty sidewalk, and I hardly saw any cars in the street. As I was walking up ahead, I saw a car with headlights on, but I didn't see anyone in or around it. The door to the driver and passenger seats were open. I noped out and decided I wanted to take the shortcut instead, which was to hop over this alley wall instead to get there faster. I didn't want to walk on the same street as the ghost car, so I jumped over the wall via these pile of bricks, and I find myself at the back of this building leading to the parking lot. I walk over to the side of the building to head over to the store where I'm planning to buy some snacks. So as I'm walking, I turn on Pokemon Go, because I realized there were nearby stops, so I pulled my phone out, catch a few Pokemon, get a few eggs and the like. Afterwards, I put my phone away, and as I'm getting close to the store, this car comes off the road, pulling into the parking lot and drives right by me. The driver looks at me, and I look at him. He looks like an older guy with grey hair, mid-50s. You want to get some action? If I didn't specify already, I'm a guy. I got scared as hell. It was so random and such a weird question. I replied with a firm, no. Right after I said that, he suddenly drives off the street away from me, all the way down the freeway. I then run back to my house from a different route to be safe. That was one of the weirdest, strangest, and creepiest encounters I've had to date. I was doing guard duty in the army one night. We had some training exercise in an abandoned camp facility, and my buddy and I had been assigned to watch over some vehicles that we had parked in a large empty warehouse. We were the only ones in the camp facility, as there was nothing else valuable that had to be watched overnight. My buddy and I had tied hammocks between the vehicles to get a bit more comfortable for the overnight watch, when we suddenly saw a pack of wild dogs standing outside the doors to the warehouse. Now, these doors were wide open, and nothing was stopping the dogs from coming in at all, but they just stood there. 15 to 20 dogs lined up at the entrance to the abandoned warehouse, watching us. Suddenly, as if someone had flipped a switch, they all started barking and howling in our direction. I say our direction because when I discussed it later with him, we both agreed that it felt like the dogs were barking at something else in the entirely abandoned warehouse. My buddy and I were completely terrified. First, that we might have gotten swarmed by dogs, and second, whatever those dogs were barking at. We started to radio for help, but suddenly the pack of dogs stopped barking and left. It was as if they were never there. That was a long night of guard duty, I can tell you. When I was in Iraq, we were on patrol one night and stopped at an intersection pulling perimeter support for another unit who had requested assistance in our area. The mission went off without a hitch, and it was honestly a little boring just waiting around. Then it got really quiet. This was in Baghdad in the city. It's never really quiet, even at night. But it was as if all the sound was sucked out the area. Suddenly the entire block lost power, and it was very dark. Within seconds of the power going out, close to what I can guess was about 50 dogs flooded the streets from an alley and ran around our Humvees. They didn't bark, just growled as they ran. As soon as they entered another alley and out of sight, The power came back on, and all the normal city noise returned. It was incredibly unnerving, like a horde of demons had just passed us, in the form of dogs. I was a nurse at my county's prison. The area was having a drug bust every 2 or 3 days, it seemed. We get a batch of 10 in, and everyone clears except for this one woman. She was nodding in and out of consciousness and slurring her words. So I get one of the COs to obtain a urine sample to do a spot drug test. Sure enough, the whole test lit up. So she's placed in detox for a few days, and then we would retest her. A few days pass, and she's not getting any better. In fact, she got a lot worse. So we drug tested her again, and the test came back positive for everything from THC to benzo. I have the COs search her thoroughly in case we miss something. And sure enough, this lady has 2 extra large condoms stuffed up her jail purse, and they both were torn open. We counted a total of 200 pills she was carrying. By all rights, the girl should have perished, but she recovered after that. I worked permanent night shifts in a large care home for 2.5 years. It was a really old house that had been converted and had bits added onto it. Often it sometimes buzzed in the night and would wake up at least one other person who would usually want the toilet, a drink, or think it was the time to wake. Our duties involved helping people to bed, then some lights, cleaning the laundry, and we stayed as quiet as we could in order not to wake anyone. Every now and then, we would have several people or bars within 2 minutes of each other, asking us to tell the children to stop running around and playing outside, and asked why they were up so late and where their parents were. This was only on one side of the building. Several other staff members believed it to be haunted as well.